has the summer gone? Derbyshire hosting Sussex, who made the journey up from the south coast. Final game for both of these teams. I'm Freddie Cardy, and alongside me, glad to welcome one of my Duolingo partners in Polly Starkey. You made a slightly easier journey up here. Polly, great to see you. How are you?
I'm brilliant. It's great to be here. And I was saying before, I think we might be the youngest commentary team. So, I mean, other counties can get in touch and let us know if you've got younger people doing it. But yeah, a combined age of 41.
Yes.
So very youthful. But yeah, it's brilliant to be here. And yeah, I mean, it's been a tough season for Derbyshire. Sussex have also struggled. So 7th and 10th in the table. So not tons of meaning behind today compared to some of the other games that we'll mention as the day goes on. But yeah, an opportunity to finish the season on a high for both sides.
Yeah, it's a long old winter, and if you can finish it on a high, it makes those intervening months a little easier, because it has been, as you say, a difficult season, particularly for Derbyshire, who did get those 2 wins in the T20 Blast. At one point we were in with sort of half a chance of going through to that finals day, but not to be in the end. Sussex a little bit better, 3 wins, 5 defeats, and in terms of League 2 in the One Day Cup, still a little bit to play for, isn't there, for that final spot for the semi-finals?
Yeah, so Yorkshire and Worcestershire still have a chance to take that final spot going into the semi-finals, which will take place next weekend. So Worcestershire are playing Middlesex, which will be a tough game for them because Middlesex have been outstanding in the competition so far. And Yorkshire are playing Kent, which should be a bit of an easier game for Yorkshire. So you imagine they will take that 4th spot, but anything can happen. And those semi-finals and finals should be pretty interesting.
Sussex here have won the toss and elected to bowl. Now, there's been a lot of eyes on the weather forecast. I'm not too advanced in terms of the apps I use, but the talk is around 4 p.m. the heavens are expected to open. That seems to be pushed back though. Now I'm looking at 4:30, so it's the course of the week. I mean, at one point it looked like we'd get no play today, but even yesterday it was down to rain and never did. So fingers crossed are okay. But if that's sort of 4:30, there's still plenty of time to get a game in. But with that rain around, it makes sense for Sussex to have a bowl, try and get Derbyshire out, before 50 overs really, and sort of it could be about time this game.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be keen to do that, and Sussex have a great bowling attack. They've got a lot of spin options. They've had a couple of players come down from Tier 1, and so they've had that to their advantage. So yeah, they'll have one eye on the weather and be aware of that. And heading out to the middle in their bright pink shirts.
Yes, indeed. It's pitches over a few strips to the right of where most of the men's One Day Cup games were. Still fairly large boundaries, and it looks green, but it's been a pretty good deck to bat on this year here at Derby. It's been a little bit of turn, certainly some of the white ball games, not so much recently, and you get value for your shots. We've had a lot of high run scoring games as the 2 Derbyshire batters come to the middle. So you've been abroad in the Netherlands. Tell me all about that.
Yeah, I've been away in the Netherlands for the past week at the T20 World Cup qualifiers, the European qualifiers for the 2026 T20 World Cup, which is taking place in England next summer. So Ireland and the Netherlands have progressed to the global qualifier, which is taking place in January in Nepal. Germany and Italy were also part of that qualifier, Italy coming 3rd and Germany coming 4th. So a really interesting experience just to see some European cricket and seeing what the standard's like. And it was a fantastic event in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And I mean, the global qualifier is set to be a very exciting one. And of course, with England as host, there's a lot of excitement and interest into who those teams will be that qualify.
Laura Shaw and Jess Cooser, Derbyshire's on their day, big hitting opening pair. Now this pitch as well, nicely in line with our commentary position. We don't have the stream up just yet in here, but that should be a matter of time. And here we go. Cooser on strike and watchful. The first delivery from Lottie Curling.
As we said, Sussex keen to bowl Derbyshire out quickly, you'd imagine, and then knock off the runs. Both sides have been it's been common that they've been bowled out in this competition. So two sides that are much stronger with the ball.
Bustling action, a little bit of a way swing, not loads of carry. As Kuza gestures to the younger of the opening pair, Lara Shaw. That ball's swung away. Yeah, it's a bright pink Sussex Sharks strip. Shorter leg side boundary here for these two right-handed opening batters. Two fielders out. Deep square and deep third. You've been more up north than south, haven't you, this season?
Yeah, I've done a lot of North and Midlands. I haven't really ventured south. I rarely go south if I can avoid it. So yeah, I haven't seen Sussex actually this season. Seen Derbyshire when they were playing Worcestershire.
No ball and an early free hit for Jess Kuza, which she'll have no complaints about, to be offered that in the first over. And she can hit big as well.
Yeah, she'll be looking at this opportunity to get off the mark with a big hit, you'd imagine.
Curling then, no changes to the field as Kuza has stayed on strike. She has a big swing and, well, Curling held her nerve.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to bowl to a free hit when you've bowled a no ball, well recovered by Curling. So as we say, plenty of other games happening elsewhere in the One Day Cup, but also we've got the 100 Eliminator happening today as well.
Driven and half stop, they're going to run through for a single. Good awareness from Kuza and Short.
Getting off the mark eventually. As I mentioned, we've got Worcestershire against Middlesex, and that's happening at Merchant Taylors School. Northants against Glamorgan, which is Sophia Gardens. Leicestershire against Gloucestershire in Leicester. Yorkshire against Kent in Canterbury.
Final ball of the first over. And again, some away movement. Shaw swings and misses. Two for no loss.
Good from Sussex early on. Derbyshire, they don't need to worry about, starting too quickly. They can be tentative with this. See Molly Adams, the keeper there, who I'm sure will play an important part with the bat later on.
Yeah, you want to bat your whole allocation. I think with that rain around in particular, to be sort of putting Sussex under pressure. And it's been a difficult transition from 20 over to 50 over cricket for Derbyshire.
Got a change of bowling with 18-year-old Talitha Stanley bowling from the City end.
Yeah, nice blend of youth and experience in this Sussex side.
Yeah, got the likes of Nancy Harmon and Daisy Mullen coming down from Tier 1. Nancy Harmon, who's incredibly experienced. She's played in the 100 for a few seasons and plenty of years with the Southern Vipers and now Hampshire.
Jess Kuza back on strike. Oh, and she's bowled. What a start. And the dangerous Jess Kuza is removed. There's a little bit of a celebration as well from young Talitha Stanley, who with her first ball removes the big hitting Jess Kuza. Really
nice delivery, and what a start for Stanley. That's what Sussex would have envisioned. We've got a great view of it here. See the bells go flying.
Here we go, the replay. Swung away again. Oh no. We'll get one. We'll get one. 2 for 1, and yeah, what a start. Kuza, I think you could tell when she had that free hit in the first over, you're thinking that's your chance to get up and running, and she missed that. And I think you're struggling to line up Curling, and fantastic start. As I think it'll be Ellie Nightingale coming to the crease.
both sides are definitely more bowling teams than batting teams, but a really good start from Sussex. Just put the pressure on a bit in that first over, and then complete composure and ease from Stanley. He's relatively new around this side. Just turned 18 in the summer. I think even played on her 18th birthday. I think it was the game against Kent, which is kind of a bit more of the derby for Sussex, and traditionally in the men's game, Sussex-Hampshire. That's not always really been the case with the women's side, and Kent seems to be where the rivalry is a little bit more.
Here is Ellie Nightingale. Yeah, it did swing a little bit, but maybe not as much as the first over, and big swing across the line from Jess Cusa, removing her middle and off stumps. Second ball then for Stanley. Oh, Nightingale misses that. Again, very little carry. Yeah, I don't think we've got a sort of second roaming camera today. Everyone seems to be at football from the stream team, so when the ball disappears from your picture, we'll have to go radio mode a little bit more.
Yeah, this is the part of the season where you've got a lot of sports overlapping. You have this in April as well.
It's the worst.
Yeah.
When you cover both, like both of us do, it is difficult, yeah. Full aerial for a moment from Nightingale, who will get off the mark. She's going to keep wicket today as well because of a finger injury to Megan Pittman. Nice opportunity behind the stumps for the Yorkshire Loney.
Yeah, it's a hectic time of this season, and for these teams, I can't believe it's almost the end of the cricket season. Obviously, there's kind of a month to play for a lot of teams, but Tier 2 wraps up today for the group stages at least, with finals day happening on the 14th of September, so really only 2 weeks left of that. But it feels like the season's kind of come and gone, even though for the women's side at least it started earlier than ever.
Don't know what's going on here. Nightingale has had a conversation with two of the umpires, and she got off the mark there. One of the physios is running back here. Maybe she just needs a bit of attention. But yes, there is a physio running out. I was going to say she's not been timed out or anything because she's got off the mark. It has happened to Sussex twice in one game this year, actually.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic. Looks like there's someone running on.
Yeah, hopefully Nightingale's okay, because it was a sort of simple single. It's not wrapped around the hand or anything, unless she's pulled something. Comes the physio out of your picture. So 3 for 1. Jess Cusa removed first ball of the second over by Talitha Stanley. Laura Shaw's having a chat with some of the Sussex players. So you've done the Netherlands, and you've had a bit of a Europe trip as well, just on holiday.
Yeah, I went interrailing with my younger brother, which was great fun. It was a little bit spontaneous, but yeah, we went all over the place. Obviously didn't see much cricket, as you can imagine, going around, Slovenia and Croatia. Although, to be fair, Croatian cricket does exist. There's a Croatian plays for Somerset. But, yeah, just thought I'll take the time. I mean, I did get a lot of stick for going on holiday mid-cricket season because that's, considered quite criminal. But, as we said, sports now overlap, so there is no good time to go away. So I just had to take my chance. At the start of the 100, there still wasn't, Tier 2 wasn't back yet, so I just thought, let's take this opportunity, and had, I would say, a rest, but it was, more sitting on trains, which is what I spend most of my life doing anyway. So.
Right, Nightingale is fine. And Shaw will flick this one away. This may well run away to the boundary. And it will. Lara Shaw up and running just a little too straight from Stanley.
First boundary of the day from Derbyshire. Lara Shaw's been handy for Derbyshire this season.
Deep square, deep third out, full. Driven through the offside this time by Lara Shaw. You can see how bobbly this outfield is. It has been the case all year. They're going to be completely relaying the outfield over the winter. There's a whole new one that's going to be put in.
How do they do that?
I have no idea. There's been a lot of concerts.
Fascinating.
Yeah, just a lot of cricket as well. There's so much cricket.
Yeah, I'm always in admiration of ground staff throughout the season, dealing with all sorts of weather and so much cricket and concerts and all sorts.
Full, driven by Shaw. Well, we also had the Content Creators Cup here, and that was a busy old day of 40 tens or something in there. I was thinking you might be playing in that, but
I did last year. I was on holiday this year. Yeah, my team didn't win again, so it was I think it's the Cricket Casuals 11 who won. The team in green, who won both years back to back.
I was behind the camera, and it was a long day because it rained all morning.
Yeah, it rained. I heard about that.
Yeah. I think the third place playoff was a little unnecessary. I think that was big agreement because it was meant to be like 3 T20s and a T10 in one day.
Wow.
And well, the third place playoff, I could tell, wasn't being taken seriously when the first game there were 9 slips in, which was excellent. And the ball beat the bat as well. And then they resorted to a more orthodox field. And I was thinking, you might as well keep all the slips in.
Yeah,
see how long you can go for. 9 for 1. Lara Shaw and Ellie Nightingale in the middle after Jess Kuza was bowled. Small swing away, and that's played off a bit of an edge deliberately by Shaw. Nightingale was thinking about the second as the keeper gathered the ball. Yeah, I'm on holiday this week, and it's the final week of the WSL transfer window, and slightly concerned about that. But as you say, there's literally nothing. There's no good time.
There was no way we were going to get through 100 overs of cricket and not mention football, was there?
I know.
It's impossible.
Somebody commented the other day, oh, there's a nice delivery, and worked away, keeper's gloves thrown off. Someone did comment the other day saying too much football chat, so by doing that we then spent more time. So,
yeah.
But if you do want to get in touch,
talk to us about football.
Yeah, you can drop us a tweet at Cardi or at PollyStarkey04. Otherwise, on the YouTube chat before it gets too chaotic, as it can do. We'll read anything out that we can. Nicely driven off the back foot by Nightingale.
There's also rugby on today up in Manchester, so I left Manchester to come and watch cricket when there's rugby happening on my doorstep. So that's the Rugby World Cup. So I think Canada are playing, Scotland maybe.
So you come
Scotland
down from Manchester rather than up from Birmingham.
Up from Birmingham, yeah.
It's a nice train journey, isn't it?
It is.
Go
very
through the
beautiful.
peaks, yeah.
Very beautiful this morning.
I love that journey. A big appeal and given. Nightingale is on her way, and Derbyshire are 2 down. Can't have been more than a faint edge through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the replay there because it would have been quite a small edge. I think it took, I mean, behind the stumps everyone was appealing, but curling took a little while to turn around. Whilst I was in the Netherlands, I did have to explain. So we're sat by the paramedics, and they were just Dutch paramedics who didn't watch cricket. So obviously we're explaining cricket, and they found the concept of appealing really funny because especially when it's given not out, you basically just have 11 people yelling on a field for seemingly no reason. And they didn't seem to quite get their head around that because it is quite bonkers, and I think we forget how weird cricket can be.
Yeah, and the different types of appeals. And then again, when you do, compare it to sports like football, we're relying on NV play for the replays here. I think they're being sorted in the other room. She went after that, did Nightingale, again swinging away. And impossible to tell, really. So when the ball's swinging away anyway, it makes the umpire's decision a little harder if there is an outside edge. But Nightingale, and again, talking of appeals, sometimes the batter's reaction gives a lot away.
Yeah.
And she was straight off. So Derbyshire 11 for 2, Natasha Allen, who used to be a ballet dancer. There's a couple of dancers in this Derbyshire side. And a chef as well, in Rhiannon Noling-Davis.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talented bunch.
First ball then for Natasha Allen. Again, swinging but too straight. Worked away, fielded by somebody with no number on the back, nor name.
Yeah, am I right in saying Adriana Darlow was a national ballroom champion?
Yes.
So a lot of dancers.
Don't know how that translates through to cricket,
Yeah.
apart from the footwork side of
Yeah.
batting, I'm not sure. Leaves that one alone as Lara Shaw rather sensibly after 3. Derbyshire are 12 for 2.
Yeah, you get a lot of hockey players come across, and there's slightly more transferable skills, especially in terms of sweeping. But yeah, I'd
Yes.
love to know the connection between ballet and cricket, and I guess you have to have a lot of focus to do ballet. I imagine. I personally haven't tried it myself. I've got 2 left feet, but yeah, I'm sure there's some connection. Talitha Stanley is going to be back from the City end after her early wicket.
Should say as well, nice weather at the moment. Entry is free, so if you're in the area, come down and watch Derbyshire Women's final outing. After this, just 4 more days of cricket at the Central County Ground. Derbyshire men versus Glamorgan midway through September. I'm squeezing in a day at Lords in a couple of weeks to watch the men against Middlesex, which is always one you look for on the calendar. Sussex, of course, got to play at Lords in a double header, which is excellent this year. It's driven by Allen. Derbyshire played, I think, once or twice maybe at Headingley. I've had a few games here. Chesterfield, been to Repton School as well, which is a great venue for cricket. Sussex have played at Arundel. Somewhere I need to tick off. Full and driven rather softly by Allen, who sends Shaw back. 12 for 2. Kuza bowled by Stanley. Nightingale caught behind by Adams off curling. The perfect start for Sussex, who won the toss, elected to bowl this final game of the campaign. Keep an eye on things elsewhere. Worcestershire off to a good start against Middlesex, 18 for no loss. 24 for no loss against Kent. Northants 6 for 2 against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 15 for 1 against Gloucestershire.
Six for 2. Ouch. Glamorgan have been really impressive this season. I've been fascinated watching them.
Half an appeal. Looks like it was going down from our vantage point. What have you made of the first year then of the restructuring, and in particular the likes of Yorkshire and Glamorgan? I mean, Derbyshire have seen a lot of Yorkshire.
Yeah, they've been a bit unfortunate with that. I've been so impressed with the restructure. I think with any of these things, there's a slight kind of, not skepticism, but you just wonder how it's going to go, because there have been so many restructures over the last 10 years or so. But I just think it's worked so well with the 2 tiers.
Wide and driven away nicely. Yeah, curling will come round and do the fielding.
But yeah, I think it's been, I've most enjoyed watching tier 2 actually. I think tier 1 kind of got what I expected, quite similar to the regions, but with tier 2 it's been so interesting, and players who have done well in tier 2 who have been on loan, then being rewarded going back to their tier 1 sides. But then, yeah, teams like Glamorgan and Middlesex really excelling in tier 2.
Yeah, Middlesex in particular, that'll be a wide. winning the T20 for a side that aren't down to go and be.
Yeah.
I can't even say the word promoted because it's not quite how it works, but that was a turn up for the books.
Yeah, just so interesting, and I think Yorkshire will. It's a difficult one for them because they haven't managed to win anything yet. Obviously, they could get through to the semi-finals today of the One Day Cup.
Final ball of Stanley's second over. Squirts away off an edge from Shaw after 14 for 2.
But it's a sign they're going to have to do some recruitment over the winter as they head to Tier 1 next year. But Glamorgan, I think they've got one more year in Tier 2, and the idea of them going up is so exciting, and the players that club could attract. I think Middlesex will feel quite hard done by because, you know, there's no prospect of them going to Tier 1 for the foreseeable future, but they have dominated and they have been outstanding. I think the team environment and the culture they've created seems amazing, and everything I've heard from the camp there is really good. And Saskia Hawley as captain, I thought she's been brilliant. And you know, it was great to see them win the T20 Cup. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things work next year. Obviously, Tier 1 and Tier 2 will have an odd number of teams, and there are slight changes to the competitions in terms of who plays who and how it all works.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out all of that, to be honest. Nice movement away, and it's a late leave from Natasha Allen.
Yeah, I feel like people have just got used to how the structure of the competition works, and then I know certainly Tier 1 is being switched up quite a bit with the Blast.
It's interesting because the Blast changes to the men. It's the whole thing of sort of playing too much cricket at bad times, too many long trips, and you know, with this, when the sides aren't professional, in the air for a moment, nicely fielded, and they'll come through for a single. Kiara Green mopping it up. I mean, these players you'd imagine want to play more, particularly sort of the T20s work out quite nicely in terms of the regular rhythm of it, less so in this competition. But obviously with work and everything, you're reliant on those weekends, bank holidays, etc.
Yeah, I think this is the advantage Yorkshire had as well because they are full-time pros, so you know, you're not having to get people to, you know, use up a day of annual leave and things like that. Whereas, yeah, I was speaking to someone from Leicestershire who, you know, they're lucky they've got quite a few students who can be flexible. But when people are full-time jobs, you know, workplaces can only be understanding to a certain degree. And, you know, if you're saying, oh, I've actually got to take Wednesday off, and then I've got to take Monday next week. And, yeah, it is tough.
Yeah, somebody's commented asking about the promotions and stuff. So there's no one going down. It is just these teams going up as is pre-arranged. Another no ball from Lottie Curling, who bowled on in her first over.
Yeah, so initially the plan was in 2027, Yorkshire and Glamorgan would go up, and then it was changed that Yorkshire would go up for the coming season, so 2026. So yeah, there's no sort of promotion in terms of you're rewarded for performances. It's all pre-arranged, and after that there's no indication.
Wide off the no ball.
So yeah, we don't know what will happen after that. And of course, the more teams you add to Tier 1, those teams will have to be full-time professionals, which, you know, means there has to be more funding, and also to keep the quality really strong, you've got to be developing these players really well in Tier 2, so that jump isn't huge, because I think the gap is pretty big at the moment.
Wide again. Yeah, I think that, I suppose if you were to look at the positive of Yorkshire playing in Tier 2, it's the fact you have that exposure of bowling at someone like Lauren Winfield-Hill, for example. It actually gives some of those players a really good bit of exposure. And of course, they have lost a couple of games. You know, at the start of the season, lost to Worcestershire at Headingley. So they've not been invincibles, as that Middlesex win proves. Comes down to Shaw, doesn't quite time that. And Derbyshire haven't been able to get either free hit away. Both have been dot balls in the end.
Yeah, that first game when it was Yorkshire-Worcestershire at Headingley, and Worcestershire were very much victorious. It was quite a moment, because I think it is one of those that you talk about, oh, like, imagine if that happened, and then it actually did happen. It was quite something.
Yeah, Worcestershire have got a good side, particularly bowling department. They were excellent when they beat Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Derbyshire did beat them down at New Road in a low-scoring thriller where you and Claire Jenkins were there to see it.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I think that was Derbyshire's first win of the season. Maria Andrews was particularly impressive that day, I remember. But yeah, it was a gritty win from Derbyshire.
Struggling to time it here, Lara Shaw. There is a little bit of movement in the pitch for the bowlers, who have been on top here, 18 for 2, halfway through the power play.
Yeah, tentative start from Derbyshire with some good bowling, slightly loose over there from Curling. He's just speaking to Nancy Harmon on her way back to her fielding position. I think Nancy just reassuring her, giving her a bit of advice.
Yeah, it's only on for 4.
Yeah.
It's just the no ball too wide.
Yeah.
And, struggle to get going, these two batters.
Is that the wind?
It's either the wind or someone's moving the
hover cover. Yeah, I was going to say it did sound a bit like hover cover.
Yeah, the clouds coming above over the head, but still no sign of rain. It was warm this morning.
Stanley now from a city end. Starts well with the dot ball. Yeah, the weather caught me off guard. I left the house at 6:15 and I was absolutely freezing. I get to Derby and we've got blue skies and I was sweating. So I think I should have worn shorts today.
Yeah, it's always tough in this city to know how to dress, certainly.
This one into the leg side. It's going to head towards the boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit, but it will go for 4. Runs off the bat for Derbyshire.
Yeah, should be pleased with that. They've not been able to put away the loose deliveries so far. Allen and Shaw. Shaw, who started this competition really well and had an injury, has not quite scored the run she'd have liked to since. A lot of promise and maybe a lot of pressure on her at the start of the season alongside Jess Kuza.
Tash Allen remaining on strike. This one down the leg side, given a wide.
Yeah, it's just all about batting time, as you say. Batting the whole 50 over allocation and realising you have that time. Because it could easily be the case where the cut-off time, 1:44, come back, maybe have an hour and a half before the rain comes.
Once again, leg side straight to the fielder. Behind back with a squirt.
That will be in the mind, so you try and put it to the back of your mind, I suppose, as a player, and just try and focus on the game, but they'll be checking that rain radar and thinking, how do we manufacture a result here?
Yeah, because as we say, even though the game won't mean anything in terms of qualification and anything like that, you do just want to finish the season on a good note. Stanley, again, worked off the hip.
I think the interesting thing for Derbyshire is, of course, if the rain comes early enough where DLS doesn't come into it, then they'll be off the mark in terms of points, but of course they'll want to win the game more than anything.
It will be interesting to see over the winter where players move, especially when players have dropped down this season and been on season-long loans to Tier 2 from Tier 1. Stanley into a rhythm, just driven into the offside for no run.
I tell you what, it does sound windy out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got a little bit darker as well. A few clouds coming over from behind the hotel.
You were here for the England women's game. I was on holiday that week. That was cold, apparently. Last year when they played Pakistan, one of the coldest days of cricket I've ever been to.
It's always cold for England internationals at Derby. Stanley in once again. Wrap up the over with a dot ball. So 25 for 2 after 6.
Was the earlier start as well, 10:30 start.
Yeah.
Bed a little earlier today. But I don't mind a 10:30 start, and of course I think for the rest of the season that's how it is across women's and men's cricket as well. Start half an hour earlier, which they should just do all year really.
Yeah, I don't mind 10:30 start. I mean, I love a blast game that starts at 2:30. That's like, I mean, it does take away your whole day, which is, you know, if the blast game started at 10:30, that would be great. You're home quite, you know, just after lunch. But it starts with a wide, just curling, who's struggled a little bit with her line today. She's also bowled a few no balls.
I think that's up to 9 extras now. Derbyshire have only scored 15 off the bat.
I'd say that's one of the biggest differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is the extras. There's just quite a few more in Tier 2. That consistency isn't so solid.
That was awful maths, by the way. It was that was completely wrong. I'll glaze over that. This is what we're saying. If DLS comes in, we're in big trouble. But luckily, the scoreboards are pretty clear nowadays in terms of what the par score is and everything. But often just a helpful indication during a run chase more than anything when the weather's fine.
Just a swing of the bat outside the off stump. So another dot ball for Sussex.
Yeah, there's a few people in. Get a lot of the players' families come down to watch. A couple of dogs in the crowd. Spy down the other side. Long journey up. I'd imagine Sussex stayed here overnight.
Curling with the number 9 shirt. Let's chip back to it. Yeah,
They'd have had to leave very early otherwise.
Be a very long journey.
There is that hotel next to the ground, but a lot of the time visiting teams stay a little closer into the city centre.
Shaw awaits. This one chipped in the air into the leg side, but won't make it outside of the ring. So just struggling to find the gaps.
She's been watchful enough to not throw a wicket away, though, and try and play something too extravagant. They've got the slip in. There's a bit of swing. Jess Kuza gone. It's a big wicket, really, because she can really get going if she gets out of the power play.
Slapped nicely on the offside. That's gone for 4. So a powerful shot and kind of just the breakthrough she needed to, just put a bit of momentum forward and unstick herself at the striker's end.
It almost looked like it came with the toe of the bat.
Yeah.
It was very low on the bat, and it was cracked away to the boundary by Lara Shaw. Just picked the gap nicely there.
Shaw now 10 from 18. The score 30 for 2. Just a bit of chat between Indy Gentry and Lottie Curling, who's in again. This one played straight down the ground for no run. Yeah, you can see the wind on the shirts of the players. So it does look a bit breezy out there. So end of the over, 30 for 2.
Yeah, there's a sort of, it's not a sight screen, but it's sort of that black sort of tarpaulin that goes down here, and that can often blow around quite a lot in the wind. We'll have a change of bowling. No, then once Stanley will continue. And 3 overs left in the power play. Derbyshire have steadied the ship a little bit after the loss of Kuza and Porter. Nightingale, sorry.
Stanley 1 for 15 from her 3 overs so far. Allen on strike, high bat, and pushes that into the offside for no run. I'm excited to see Molly Adams bat. I've heard lots of good things about her. She got a century at Worcester, which my dad was watching, and he was very excited about the prospect of her. And she's been very clear that she's pushing for a place in Tier 1. She's behind the stumps today.
She'll be wanting to play against her sister. I'd imagine that's a big part of it. But yeah, Derbyshire family. Imagine she was born in the county, because I think Georgia is from Chesterfield and played up there last year in a game for the Southern Vipers. Chris Adams, former Derbyshire player, he's from the county as well. So, but it's quite an age gap, isn't there, between Molly and Georgia?
Yeah, I think there's about 10 years or so. This one lofted into the air. Will bounce a few times before the boundary, but will go for 4. That's a nice shot from Tash Allen.
Yeah, real powerful strike of a ball. Crack of the bat from Natasha Allen, who's started to get going, particularly through the onside. We are still trying to get some replays sorted, but of course the benefit on YouTube, you can flick back through if you need to. It was aerial from Tash Allen.
34 for 2. Yeah, so with the Adams family, there's obviously a strong Sussex connection as well. And Georgia, who's now the captain at Hampshire, played at Sussex for a very long time and basically just moved this season, really. Obviously, she hadn't played for a while with the regional staff, as this is defended for no run. And their dad, Chris Adams, was at Sussex for a long time as well. I believe there's a middle sister who has no interest in cricket at all, which is great. But yeah, it's really interesting for Molly, growing up with a sister who's then playing professional cricket, and that pathway is then very clear for her, which is brilliant. Allen awaits. This one heads toward the boundary. I think it's gone for byes in the end, I think. Yeah, 4 byes. So, not what Sussex will have wanted, but handy for Derbyshire to have a few more to the total. 38 for 2.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad delivery. It's only just missed leg stump.
Yeah. It's difficult, those takes down the leg side from a keeper's perspective. You see a few keepers in Tier 1, Ellie Threlkeld, for example, who are fantastic at that, but it's a tough skill. This one safely to the hands of the aforementioned Molly Adams.
Yeah, Chris Adams, Derbyshire 1988 to 1997, then joined Sussex. Had good success. 3 county championship titles as captain. 5 tests for England, 5 ODIs. Nearly 20,000 first-class runs. And head coach of Surrey as well. But yeah, Seaford School, I think it is, with Molly Adams, head of cricket there.
Yeah, where a couple of the Sussex players, either currently or previously, have been at school playing cricket. Molly Adams just finished there. There's going to be a change of bowling with Anna Lewis coming on for Sussex. Took a wicket against Middlesex. Lewis in. This one forced into the leg side, heading towards deep backward square.
Running by short, knew there was 2 straight away there.
Yeah, good between the wickets. They've got to find those runs and take those opportunities when they arise.
Yeah, they've consolidated well, actually. If you can get up to about 50 at the end of the power play, I think they'll be happy with that.
Short waiting. This one defended.
I think there's just a massive difference between power plays in T20 and 50 over cricket. In terms of the T20s, when you pressure is on to put your foot down, when the ball's swinging as it is here, under these grey skies, you have to be more watchful, especially when early wickets are lost.
Lewis continuing her over. Gets a hand on it. And it will be another dot ball.
So your September then, finals days for the 50 over stuff, I guess.
Yeah,
what are you
I'll
looking to
be
cover?
at Tier 1 finals day, which is down at Southampton. So that's a long old journey, especially to do in a day. Lewis in again. There'll be no run. So yeah, that's on the 21st, I want to say. It's the Sunday in the third week of September. And I was going to try and get to finals day on the 14th for Tier 2, which is at Worcester.
Yes, yeah.
I'm in Durham the day before, so I'm not sure logistically if that's going to happen.
Yeah, semi-finals a week today.
No run available. Again, yeah, I mean, this is my chance to be. Next week I'm doing the Great North Run, so I won't be able to be at the semi-finals, which is unfortunate. But yeah, and then the week before semi-finals in Tier 1, there's still obviously a lot of Tier 1 cricket happening. So I'll be busy with that. This one's leg side wide, signalled by the umpire. But yeah, still lots of cricket in Tier 1 and a bit in Tier 2 to enjoy, even if the kind of group stage of the Tier 2 One Day Cup wraps up today. And we've got 100 finals tomorrow and the eliminator today. Flex into the leg side. They'll take a gentle one in the end. And that's the end of the over. So 42 for 2 after 8. After 9 even. Losing track of the overs.
No, I've already lost track of one. I have to go back through and with my notes. Run rate nearly climbing to 5, which I'll be pleased with. Yeah, that Derbyshire Falcons flag is really billowing over on the members' pavilion. Someone's just turned up in a convertible car, and I think the roof is on, which tells you a bit about the weather.
Derbyshire going along nicely, man. They've done well to keep this partnership going. Sussex look quite threatening with the ball after those 2 early wickets, and it's easy to just, get a bit stuck as this one's driven by short. No run on offer. So, even if they're not piling on the runs, just staying at the crease and really protecting their wicket.
Yeah, and it's like, if this is the last time these two bat, this summer, why not spend the time out there?
Exactly.
Make the most of it.
Yeah, it's just a good opportunity to have time in the middle because there's nothing huge at stake. Of course, they'll want a win on the board to wrap up the campaign. And another good technical drive from Lara Short, but won't find a run.
Yeah, partnership 31, and they've steadied the ship well. Lost every game so far this season in the 50 over format. Defeat to Leicestershire last time at Duffield, Worcestershire at Wolverhampton, thrashing by Middlesex.
Slightly more expansive, or certainly looking to go expansive from Short.
Yeah, she hits the ball hard.
Yeah.
She almost ends up, after she's hit the ball in these positions where she looks like her life was on the line to try and hit this ball away.
Yeah, she really rocked back into that. Bit of dancing from Rachel King.
Keeping warm, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Stanley continuing the over, and there's a lot of cheers from her teammates, so good delivery.
Yeah, King is...
She really is dancing.
You've got no music, so they're making their own entertainment.
I mean, 50 over cricket, you have to play different games within the game. Stanley to short. There's a shout. The umpire doesn't even twitch. It was quite enthusiastic.
Yeah, we'll have a look here. Not a bad shout, but I think it's missing leg stump.
Yeah.
The bowler knew that.
Nonetheless, it's pressure on Derbyshire, which Sussex will be very happy about. Stanley in again, this time at wide down the leg side. They're going to scramble through for a single. Really good awareness from the batters as it kind of just popped out the glove of Molly Adams.
Yeah, run well. 16 extras in the power play. Sussex will be frustrated with.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Some of these games, it ends up being extras is like the second top scorer.
Well, I just think of that England men's Ashes last time in Australia.
Stanley in again. Bit of a loose delivery. It won't be punished. So wraps up the over 44 for 2. And it's the end of the power play.
Yeah, so Derbyshire consolidating well, 44 for 2. After Jess Cusa, Ellie Nightingale removed in the first 3 overs. Nightingale caught behind after Cusa was bowled. And the sun peeking through the clouds again.
Yeah, it's a good recovery actually from Derbyshire. It's very easy when you lose 2 wickets early on to just, let everything collapse. But they've done well to stay in the game and just manage the power play well.
So, fine leg goes back, third on the boundary. And deep square. Lewis will continue off an edge from Lara Shaw out to point. Shaw wanted 2 and is sent back by Natasha Allen. Yeah, Anna Lewis was the one timed out, coming out at number 9 for the final ball of Sussex's innings. So there was a wide, which meant she was required, timed out. And then I think the next batter after her was also timed out because there was such a scramble. And there was a stumping off the wide against Buckinghamshire in the T20 County Cup back in May. That's another feature of this season, of course, the County Cup.
Yes.
FA Cup style. Derbyshire, of course, got drawn against Yorkshire. Harrogate.
Yeah, that was harsh. But I think for me, one of my favourite parts of the season has been the T20 County Cup taking place in May. It was just so brilliant to see, Tier 3 versus Tier 2, Tier 2 versus Tier 1. And yeah, I think it's a great competition. And the players seem to really enjoy it as well, which was fantastic. Lancashire lifting that trophy in the end, beating Surrey.
This time between point and square leg and fine leg, and they'll come back for 2. Running again. .47 for 2. As we said, nothing on the line for these sides, which are going to end the season on a high. Before the rain comes, it'll be a wet walk back to the train station. That's a nice delivery by Lewis.
Just tidy behind the stumps again from Adams.
Of course, you've got a cricketing family. Dad and daughter.
Yes.
What about your brother? Is it not for him? Or?
To be fair, both my brothers played cricket. My younger brother played club cricket for a number of years, and my older brother he did a few cricket camps and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I've taken on the role of as the cricketer in the family, which can't quite believe. My dad played a little bit as well. I don't think he played like club cricket solidly, but he bowls some nice off spin in the garden. but yeah, podcast with my dad, the Naughty Child podcast. So he also came with me to the Netherlands. So we were with each other 24 hours a day for about 6 days, which was great fun. And yeah, it was. There's no one else I'd rather do it with than him.
Yeah.
So he's probably listening right now.
Well, if I told my dad we're going to cricket for a whole day, I think his answer would be something quite different. Football, absolutely.
Yeah.
And well, you've still got to check out the my backyard pitch.
Yeah.
Nice and flat last night. Me and
Very
Luke, the
good.
producer, had a good game. Still, I check drive one over the fence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the chief lawnmower in my uni house, so...
We don't have a lawnmower.
That's
why it turns so much. Yeah, scissors, and we've got a rake.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, the rake does most of it. And then
Yeah.
But we've got a lot of acorns dropping. We've got a big tree in the garden. Acorns, and particularly squirrels who seem to be unleashing acorns on us. So
squirrel stops play.
Yeah, I nearly hit one as well the other day. That was climbing on the fence. But it's good because the fence goes out over the other side, drops down onto a very quiet road. So if you hit the ball over there, it's fine. If you hit the ball, both neighbours have dogs. So if they get a free tennis ball, you're not getting it back.
Yeah,
so we have to be quite careful.
Yeah.
But it's good fun. And we're going to have 7 of us in the house come next month when everyone moves in. So it's going to be fielders. It's going to be like the end of a test match, which is going to be great.
Brilliant.
Indy Gentry starts with one full and wide, and she almost stumbles over after delivering it.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised that wasn't given a wide. It did deviate quite a bit. But in fact, one of the grounds team at Lord's, Meg Lay, she did like a TikTok series where she was making a cricket pitch in her backyard garden, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll give it a go.
Yes, need to catch up with Meg when I go to Lord's in a couple of weeks. It's wide again, an appeal given. Now, Alan's not particularly sure about that, but she is going to turn around and walk off. And Indy Gentry coming on to bowl breaks this 37-run partnership.
Yeah, she looked delighted with that. Bouncing around, she's continuing that in the huddle. And a big breakthrough for Sussex. The pair weren't looking particularly threatening, but what they were building was quite key. So to have that breakthrough is pretty handy.
Ella Porter will come to the crease. Now, she is a singer away from her cricket. So there's a whole... Well, I'm looking forward to the awards evening in a couple of weeks.
Can we have some performances?
Yeah,
that would be great.
Yeah, less so from the men's side. But
right. No ballet dancers and singers there?
No. Not particularly.
And, I mean, Rhiannon Knowling-Davis can cook for everyone.
Yes, yeah.
She can provide the food. Trying to look through my list of notes.
I'll bring my guitar down.
Yeah, brilliant.
There we go.
That's perfect. Doesn't Lara Shaw do dry slope skiing?
Yes,
she could
I've seen that on her Instagram.
Skiing.
Yeah, if we go down to Hemel Hempstead.
Yeah.
That is something that's never appealed to me. I don't know. I've got friends who do it, and it's just when you're 6'4", you can't really control your legs. It's just so the idea of doing that. I mean, I like the idea of the skiing lifestyle. You know,
it's a bit cold for me.
Yeah.
I like the sun.
I like bodyboarding. Even I've tried surfing, and that's not for me. But bodyboarding will do. Might do a bit of that this week in Spain. So Derbyshire 48 for 3. Yeah, some talented players. Multi-disciplines. Ella Porter on strike. Big back lift. And just clips that one away off her toes out to square leg for a single. Always interesting to be which players have their sunglasses on and which ones don't in the weather like this, because it really isn't sunglasses weather, so at this point you'd have them on the back of your cap. It's a real 50-50 split at the moment. Nisha Patel at Northants always bowls with them on, which is sort of the Hayley Matthews style.
Yeah, I'm such a fan of bowling with sunglasses on.
Gentry Tried again, but inside the line. And maybe this is a bit of a deliberate ploy to stop Lara Shaw getting moving. 49 for free.
Yeah, I always bowl with my sunglasses on. I think it's, especially if it's a sunny day, you don't want the change in light suddenly. And my eyes water a lot in the sun, so that's not good when you're bowling.
Well, that's why when you're on a plane, you have to have your windows up when you land, is so that if you suddenly have to get off that plane for whatever reason, it's so your eyes don't have to adjust.
Really?
Yeah, that's a fun fact.
Whoa. I just thought they did it.
To be annoying.
It's like a list. They're like tray table up.
There is actually a reason. Yeah.
Wow. That's really interesting.
I watched a video on that. And the pilot and the co-pilot can't eat the same food in case one of them gets food poisoning. I love that sort of thing.
But what if they both really want the same thing? Do they like toss a coin?
Yeah, can I have some of your chicken? Absolutely not. Driven back to the bowler by Shaw.
Hey, every day's a school day.
Yeah. 49 for free.
But send me that video. I'll watch
it was an air hostess doing sort of secrets of the industry.
Oh, I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
I'll be boring my girlfriend on the flight on Monday.
It's like fun fact.
Yeah. 49 for free, then Porter 1, Shaw 14. Yeah, bowling in sunglasses. You get some good brands as well, because you have to trust them that they're not going to come flying off.
Yeah, I bet the brands love that. If they've got an athlete they've given a pair to, and then you get all the photos of them. Especially, I think, when someone's got a really nice action when they're bowling, like leg spin or something. It just makes for the best photos.
Yeah, wicket keeping is an interesting one as well. No sunglasses for Adams behind the stumps. He takes that one nicely. Still a bit of movement away from both ends, actually. But I think probably more so from the one we're commentating from the racecourse end. You can see down below us where the outfielders been struggling this year. And but it'll be all fresh and ready to go, like Wembley Stadium. Moving away again.
Don't think I've ever heard Derby compared to Wembley.
No, that is the gold. Is that the gold standard for a pitch? I know the Emirates called the carpet. I don't know what's known worldwide as just the best outfield.
Yeah.
Because Lords, of course, you're on a slope. I don't know what the best ground is to field on. I don't think this is an easy seeing ground as well, particularly because it's always grey. The white ball. Particularly filming as well. Filming a white ball game when the sun's out is really difficult.
I can imagine. Still 49 for 3. So good from Lewis.
Yeah, runs have slowed down in the last few overs. Nudged away. They'll have to be quick here. And they are. Lara Shaw gets down the other end. Comes on strike. 50 up for Derbyshire Falcons. I don't know. We are going with the Falcons. I think it is indeed Sussex Sharks as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it does say that on NV Play that it's still Sussex Sharks.
Yeah, got it on the street.
Obviously, most teams only have that during the blast, but Sussex kept it.
Yeah, I've read they had a sort of joint open-top bus parade with the men's side earlier this season. They both beat Gloucestershire, I think, in a T20, which is good, that sort of thing. Still haven't ticked off Hove as well. Need to get down there. I like the idea of a day on the beach in a T20. Sounds fantastic. Full and defended into the offside.
Yeah, I hear really good things about Hove. And yeah, if it's a sunny day, that'll be perfect.
51 for free.
Yeah, I think the only ones I have to tick off are Holmes. I've mixed Holmes and Chelmsford together. Hove, Chelmsford, and Sapphire Gardens. They're the only ones I have to do.
South, going down south.
Yeah, I just don't go down south very often.
Yeah, I need to do Chelmsford Hertfordshire, and when you're down there, it's not too far.
Yeah.
Chelmsford, Canterbury. Well, if Derbyshire men are somehow within a chance of promotion, then I'm going to have to miss some uni and go down to Canterbury and party. But that's the final game. That's right at the end of September. It does stretch right to the end of the month. Driven by Shaw, not timed. Think about 2, and Porter got going, sent back.
Yeah, I did Canterbury at the very start of the season for England's first game under Charlotte Edwards, because I just thought I have to be there for the first game. And obviously England beat the West Indies, but it's a long trip down there.
Yeah.
In fact, I went past Canterbury 2 days ago on the way back from Dover, coming from the Netherlands.
How have you found Charlotte Edwards as a journalist in terms of interacting with her?
That's a really good question. I mean, I'm quite a big fan of her. Like, I have so much respect for what she's done in her playing career and coaching career. And in fact, she's the only person that's ever asked to come on the podcast.
Wow.
Well, we basically begged her, and then she messaged saying, do you still want me to come on the podcast? Because we interviewed, I think it was Maya Bouchier. In fact, we had Georgia Adams as well. And I think we mentioned probably in both of those episodes, we'd love to chat to Charlotte Edwards.
Beats the edge and runs away. This will be interesting. If this is given buys, if it's not, then this has been edged. It has been edged. So 4 runs to Porter's total.
So, yeah, I mean, that was great to chat to Lottie. That was a couple of years ago. And then I think everyone was kind of in a unanimous decision that she was the best person to take the job, and it was really the right timing. And I think it's been interesting to see maybe what she's not done that I perhaps expected. I kind of thought there would be a few more changes. And I guess the big thing is building for the World Cup next year when England are hosting. And I think that's the big target ultimately.
Last boundary by Porter, the first one since the 8th over. Yeah, home World Cup, massive derby. One of the warm-up venues. A couple of England games here next year as well against Ireland and New Zealand, I think I'm right in saying. So, plenty to look forward to. Have you got anyone then on the list in terms of dream podcast guests? Because you've got a lot of people on, haven't you, over the years?
That's a really good question.
Flicked away behind square. There'll be at least 2 hit. Good fielding in the deep by fielder with no number.
Yeah, I mean, the first person we ever had on the podcast was Kate Cross, so that set the bar quite high. And then we had Alex Hartley the week after. So we started pretty well. I'm trying to think of kind of the dream guest on my podcast, as Jojo C would say. I'm not sure, actually.
Yorkshire 103 for 1 after 15 against Kent. Worcestershire 52 for 3. So it looks like, as you were saying, that the favourites are going to be going through.
Do you know, I think it would have to be an Aussie. Someone like Alyssa Healy.
She's excellent on commentary.
Yeah, she's really funny. And I've listened to a couple of podcasts with her, and she just seems great fun.
Commentating on her husband is great.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's quite something. I think also, I mean, I'd just love to sit for like a couple of hours with Alana King and chat to her about leg spin, because the way she speaks about it is so fascinating. And to be able to articulate leg spin is a skill in itself. So, yeah, she'd be really interesting to chat to.
She was so good in that last Ashes Down Under. Of course, you were there to see it.
Yeah, she's just quality.
I think, and you met Mitch Stark as well, didn't you? Am I right in thinking? Did you go for coffee or something?
Oh, I wish. No, I didn't go for coffee. What happened is, so my surname is Starkey. And his nickname is Starkey. And it was the first game, it was at North Sydney Oval. And the way the kind of media area is set up is you have the press box and then kind of like a screen and then the commentary box. So it's all like quite close together. Anyway, someone yells like, "Oh, Starkey." I turn around, he also turns around, we both look, and I was just like, right, I need to actually be completely desensitized to the name Starkey, because no one is talking to me, they are all talking to him, and I just looked like a weirdo, like a super fan, just looking over every time he was called, but obviously I just thought people were calling me. Because a lot of people, especially in cricket, do call me Starkey. So, yeah. But no, unfortunately, I didn't go for coffee with him. But yeah, I would love to go for coffee with him.
You said hello. Did you say hello?
I would call it a smile and a panic.
Turned away by Porter for a single. So the wickets to fall. Just Kuza, 1 of 7, bowled by Stanley. Ellie Nightingale, who will keep wicket today, 2 off 5. And Natasha Allen, 14 of 26. Still very windy out there.
Yeah.
Driven away and gets past the fielder. This might run away for 4. Curling racing after it's going to hold up. Turn again, think about a 3rd run.
Yeah, Lana King's also been over in England playing for Lancashire in the Blast. So I've had the pleasure of commentating on her quite a bit. And then, of course, she's been in the 100 with Trent Rockets.
Yeah, I had the privilege of filming Elise Perry's first game for Hampshire, which was up at Chesterfield. That's going to be 4 wides, unless it can be cut off, which it can. Excellent work on the boundary. And she, of course, Elise Perry took a wicket of her first ball, which I was behind the camera, which I was very pleased to be the person entrusted with capturing that.
Elise Perry in Chesterfield.
Mm.
Who would have thought? It's like a couple of years ago, Deandra Dottin was at Welbeck Cricket Club for a game which never ended up happening.
In the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, the world boss in a field in the East Midlands.
That's going to be wide. Oh, and it's missed by the wicketkeeper, who's really not happy with herself. This time it will be 4 wides, and the extra tally climbs to 24. We're only in the 15th over.
Yeah, Adams looks quite frustrated with herself. There's been a couple in the last few overs that have headed to the boundary.
Yeah, she'd have backed herself to take that, but bowler has bowled 2 down the leg side, so the responsibility, I guess, is split.
Yeah. That's one of the worst things in cricket, when it goes for 4 wides.
Shaw, 19 of 40. And again, that's a better line and length, and Shaw's just struggled still to really get going. After 15, Derbyshire is 70 for 3, 12 off the over.
Probably the biggest over so far. And quite needed for Derbyshire just to boost that total.
It's Ava Lee who's got no shirt number on. Got some team sheets in.
Yeah, Daisy Mullen I don't think has a shirt number either. Both on loan from Hampshire. Ava Lee is an exciting player. She's been a useful signing for Sussex. Taken quite a few wickets and scored a few runs as well. Off-spinning all-rounder.
Yeah, they've stuck with seam so far because there is some movement through the air and off the pitch.
Indy Gentry back into the attack. She does appeal. The ball looked quite far from the bat, but always worth a shout. Oh, Rachel King dancing again.
She's heard about all the dancers on the Derbyshire
Yeah,
side.
she's wanting to, you know, show off her skills. I wouldn't call it ballet. I would call it freestyle. It's perhaps not quite as graceful as ballet.
She must be singing to herself, and I'd imagine trying to keep warm as well. She's having a great time out there.
Yeah. Gentry to Porter. Hesitates to go for the run as it's pushed into the leg side. Fumbled by Adams. They're going to push for 2.
Yeah, wrong end. As Shaw really wasn't sure whether to go.
Yeah, a bit of hesitancy, and Maybe a bit of better communication needed. I think Rachel King is... Oh, she's still dancing. I think she's keeping Molly Adams entertained.
Yeah, 27 extras. Derbyshire 72 runs.
This one is defended by Porter for no run.
Yeah, King is just... don't know what she's had for breakfast, but...
She's full of energy.
So maybe it's sort of the last game of the season.
Yeah,
vibes,
it's like
I
last
don't
day
know.
of school.
Yeah.
You're all a bit giddy and
Big night out in
Yeah.
Derby after, maybe.
can't think of anything better. Porter awaits. Pushed into the leg side.
No, our Derby County are at home, because if they are, I wouldn't recommend a night out in Derby, especially the way their season started.
Porter 9 from 17. Shaw 19 from 41. Score 72 for 3.
Derby are at Ipswich.
Gentry through her rhythms. It's a little bit wide. It's not signalled wide.
No,
by
she's
the
done well
umpire.
to
Yeah.
sort of land, because there's a clear plan to bowl. If there is a plan to bowl
Yeah.
wide, she's not strayed over that line at all. Yeah, Chesterfield, Burton are at home, Derby away.
Porter with a high bat again. Oh, that's signalled a wide in the end. I was going to say that was even more wide than the previous ball. Very far out from the off stump.
Yeah, if we could mic players up, I'd have Rachel King.
Oh, yeah, she
Mic'd
would
up
be
now.
great
Just
entertainment.
to know what's going on out there. That was a wide. Dipped at the end as well. And I think Gentry's just smiling and laughing to herself for what's going on behind the stumps. But it's a good... It's
Much straighter this time.
good to have that energy in the field, especially because the batting side, if you see the fielders so relaxed,
Yeah.
you know, and they look like they're comfortable where things are so far. They've got smiles on their faces. Of course, sometimes you feel you can capitalise on that, but if you're under pressure, it's sort of the last thing you want.
Yeah, also if you've got Rachel King singing or just yapping behind you as a batter, it'll probably get into your head a little bit. I mean, King's just signed a professional contract at Surrey, so potentially there's been some overlap with Grace Harris, who is really known as kind of the joker of the team when she was playing there.
I think it's Ava Lee coming on now.
Yeah.
The scorers are trying to work it out. But
Yeah, Ava Lee, who doesn't have a shirt number, as we mentioned, on loan from Hampshire. The off spinner who came through the Berkshire pathway, played a bit for Southern Vipers.
yeah, Francesca Clark, I think, played for Berkshire as well. I wonder if those two know each other.
There's a strong women's cricket connections to Berkshire, with Heather Knight also playing for them previously, and Lauren Bell. Lee took 2 for 53 against Middlesex, 3 for 41 against Leicestershire. This one's swiped into the leg side. Won't get a run.
So yeah, Heather Knight born in Rochdale, but her home county is Devon, then Berkshire.
Just touring the UK.
Yeah,
And obviously spent a lot of time in the southwest.
educated in Plymouth.
Rocks back and pushes this into the offside. We'll just get the one run.
Yeah, spin's been an issue for Derbyshire in these middle overs in terms of scoring boundaries off it.
Nudged into the leg side. We'll get a quick single. Ava Lee, part of England under 19 when they had a tri-series in Sri Lanka against Sri Lanka and Australia, which is a great development opportunity.
Run rate exactly 4.5.
Again, this one slapped down the ground straight to Gentry, just for the single. 76 for 3.
Some good names in this Sussex side.
Yeah.
Indigo Gentry, Talifer Stanley, Lottie Curling.
Again. And wraps up the over with a dot ball. So 67 for 3 after 17.
Just one boundary off the bat in the last 10 overs for Derbyshire, but run rate has been okay, considering they lost those 2 early wickets in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, as I say, they've done well to recover and kind of steady the ship. Not, they lost the later wicket in the 12th over, but it's been slow and steady from then on.
Yes, clear responsibility from these two on their wickets. Obviously batting first after Sussex won the toss.
Wide from Gentry as she continues. She's bowled 3 overs, 1 wicket for 9 runs so far.
4 byes, 5 leg byes, 18 wides, 2 no balls. Neither of the 3 hits were sort of punished accordingly.
Gentry again. It's powerful from short. Just get the one. Gentry spent the winter in Australia at Box Hill Cricket Club, which I feel like is very well known for taking English overseas, particularly women's. I think Kirsty Gordon played there a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, Australian club cricket sounds brutal. And I think a good learning experience for English players. Wide from Gentry.
Yeah, I know Jess Coos has played over there. Not with Box Hill. I'm trying to find out. Get some names. In Melbourne.
Gentry to Porter, has a swipe at this, but will go through to Adams. I think Gentry's slightly frustrating Porter just outside the off stump.
Yeah, in your time in Australia, I mean, of course, the result not going the way you wanted, but looked like you had a brilliant time. And we were all here freezing in the UK, so you made even worse.
That was the best part for me, I think, actually. Yeah, it was incredible. I'm not sure how this January is going to top it, unless I go to Nepal for the World Cup qualifiers. But yeah, it was an incredible experience, and I've always wanted to go to Australia. So yeah, to get to live that dream out a bit and go to so many places. I spent time in Sydney, Melbourne, Hobart, Adelaide, Canberra. It was just unbelievable. Gentry continues.
And were you literally flying between these cities as well?
Yeah,
I was your only option, you know.
Yeah,
Australia.
well, that's the thing. I did get a train actually between Sydney and Canberra, which I think was way better than flying, because actually once you've gone to the airport, check your bags and all that, it takes a while. But it was a 4-hour train, and it did not feel that long at all. And you just went through like the bush, and it was so cool.
To see,
yeah, it was unbelievable on this pretty cool train. was driven straight back to Gentry. So I'm really glad I did that, because I just didn't really know much about the train infrastructure, and no one had told me, like, oh, I really recommend it. I'd watched a YouTube video of a guy who basically time-lapsed his journey, and I thought, yeah, it looks good enough, so I'll do it. But yeah, it's crazy that you just have to fly between all these places. So I got very familiar with the routine of checking in bags and all that. Gentry to Short. No run on offer. So yeah, logistically, there was a lot of planning that actually went into it, because it was such a packed schedule, and the players spoke about how packed the schedule was. And obviously I had to keep up with everywhere they were going. 80 for 3 at the end of the over, 18 overs gone. But I mean, I just maximised my time, and it was a little bit bonkers sometimes. So I would think if it was in Canberra, the T20 was starting at 6:30, so I thought, I don't really need to be there till 5. So I climbed a mountain in the morning. So I did 24 kilometres. I was like, I'll also go on a run. I might go for a swim as well, and I'll go get some food. So I really made the most of my time there. And yeah, I'd want to go back in a heartbeat. Ava Lee, continuing from the racecourse end, worked into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, it seems for people our age in particular to do a year out there.
Yeah,
very
the gap year.
Yeah,
because I went straight to uni, so I never got that gap year travelling thing, but I get why people do it. Lee again, and tries to swipe at this, goes through to Adams though.
Yeah, I've got an Aussie friend who's back there but did a year covering the WSL and Arsenal, Jamie Spanger, and she'd turn up and go, it's so cold. And I go, you know where you're from, you could just be there.
Yeah.
You know, not trying to get rid of you. But she's gone back there for a year to finish uni, and it's just, knowing they're going to be there while the Ashes is on, and they don't even like cricket.
It's
the
ridiculous.
Worst bit.
It's not fair.
Yeah. I spoke to Caleb Jewell, Derbyshire's overseas, at the start of the year, and interviewed him, and I said, watching the Big Bash is just the worst because it looks amazing. When you watch it, and the men's and the women's, and everyone's in the crowd on those grassy banks, it's lovely warm evenings, and we're watching it at 8 in the morning in the middle of winter. Great stop there.
Yeah, good work at point to
Rachel
King.
King.
Further. Of course it was Rachel King, ever energetic. But yeah, I mean, gotta tell her to go watch it. I mean, the MCG, that's like the best place to watch cricket.
Well, they've gone there for Aussie rules, which those seasons seem to overlap as well. We talk about our football and cricket, because they have those drop-in pitches that almost become a thing after sort of the Aussie rules and the different games going on.
Yeah, Melbourne's a fantastic place, though. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, was that your favourite of the cities?
It's really difficult to pinpoint because all of them were so different. But I loved Melbourne for the different suburbs and just how different those parts were. This one chipped in the air. Looks like it's heading for 4. And it will be 4. That's a much-needed boundary. There's been a sparsity of boundaries in this game.
Yeah, they've been intermittent, really, and it's the most watchful probably I've seen of Lara Shaw, but the partnership actually 41 of 46, not a bad strike rate, so they'll take this position, Derbyshire, 89 for 3 after 19, and I think probably Sussex being a little wayward with the ball and off their radar, being unable to really put the pressure on as much as they'd like.
But yeah, Melbourne was brilliant. The coffee there was unbelievable. I didn't even drink coffee before I went to Australia, but in Melbourne that was the place for coffee. Sydney, obviously iconic, but I loved Hobart as well. Such a fascinating place, and really picturesque and beautiful. I'd love to explore more of Tasmania. Adelaide was boiling when I went. It was like 38 degrees, and I don't think I've ever experienced heat like that before.
Great ground as well.
Oh,
Adelaide,
beautiful.
Run-scoring
So
ground.
good. And then Canberra as well. Canberra's quite interesting because it's basically just a government city. But I quite liked it. I thought it was interesting. I went to Parliament and had a little look around, and that was quite fun. They had good museums there as well.
And they've been playing, the men have had a series they've played in Darwin and Cairns right up north, haven't they? Because they're sort of trying to utilise the north of the country.
Yeah, I know someone
really
from Darwin, and she was saying how like kind of tropical the weather is there. This one's defended by Porter as Green as the change of bowler. Got Kiara Green into the attack.
Yeah, Darwin right up north. And Cairns, Mackay as well, they play cricket at, don't they?
Yeah, they play in the BBL and WBBL there, I think. The thing about Australia, when you're leaving, especially if you're going from Sydney or Melbourne, it takes so long to actually leave Australia. You know, you go for 6 hours and you look at the map and you think, we're still in Australia.
And it's even when you think New Zealand is close and it's
not.
It's really not.
Yeah, it's really far. Kiara Green, a good over so far. Porter having to defend.
Yeah, the skipper for Sussex on to bowl. Captain England in the European Cricket League, which provides some of the best social media content.
Defensive again. Yeah, that England 11 in the ECN tournament, it was a T10. And just absolutely crackers, some of the clips you see from that. There's a women's competition taking place in 2 weeks, actually, with kind of worldwide teams. They've got a British and Irish Warriors, I think, and then they've got a European team. They've got a Asia team, and they've also got a kind of World 11. So they've got some big names in there. Danny van Niekerk's playing.
Yes.
They've got Babette de Leyde, the captain of the Netherlands. And then they've got quite a few English, I think Rachel King's playing in that. And then Molly Adams has been around the Challengers setup, which is, that kind of feeds into the England 11 for ECN tournaments.
That was a maiden from Green, her first over. Lauren Winfield Hill is 101 not out of 72 against Kent. 171 for 1 Yorkshire, who look like they'll be flying through to the semi-finals as expected.
They're determined to get that. Bolstered by the return of Winfield Hill, who obviously in the T20 Blast was down at Essex, so didn't play for Yorkshire.
Lee will continue then over the wicket to Lara Shaw, who's 29. And Shaw coming down, long on and long off, both back. Changes on the field now as Porter comes back on strike. It's been an interesting element of this year as well. These teams new players never played each other before, and that sort of research and analysis side of it, there's a lot of almost learning on the job. Changes in the field now. Deep square, deep mid wicket, going for the reverse, and she's bowled, Ella Porter. She had that option, there were no fielders in that area she was looking to access, but straight through. And Lara Shaw just has a chat with her as she makes her way, but another timely breakthrough for Sussex. Yeah,
she looked a bit annoyed with that, but at the same time, I think you have to go for shots like that. I think, and if there's any time to do that, now's the time, now's the opportunity. This game won't have ramifications, so actually, you know, playing those shots and testing that out in a game situation, it's all well and good doing it in the nets, but trying to vary your shots out in the middle, you know, why not have a go? Obviously, it didn't pay off this time, and she's out, but it's worthwhile doing.
Yeah, a bit of turn there as well for the off-spinner Lee, who barely celebrated. And that breaks a 42-run partnership from 54 deliveries. Next batter carded in is Megan Pittman. Lara Shaw is still there. I think she's going to be taking the responsibility, Shaw, to try and bat the whole way through this innings.
She's 30 from 54 at the moment. So she doesn't mind just staying in the middle, adding some runs quite gently.
You could see just there on our stream how much that camera was blowing up and down in the wind. That's at the city end. They try their best to strap it down, but there's only so much you can do. Oh, it's all it's going now. 4 down then, 90 runs on the board. Cut-off time is 1:45, so it's not a ridiculously late lunch. So we had some of the men's one-day cup games where you can really meander on. Sunglasses on for Ava Lee. And the field comes in for the new batter, mid-on, mid-off, in the ring now. Deep cover on the boundary. Deep square, deep mid-wicket. Again, leaving that area for the reverse sweep, or even the conventional sweep that's driven away to point. The last game here, when it was me and Claire, and I was saying about Derbyshire weren't scoring runs off the spinners, and I said, maybe go to your sweeps, and then 2 wickets fell, both sweeping, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on this occasion. And my Amrit Basra curse in the last men's game. Tossed up, and that's not timed at all from Megan Pittman. Did score 50 in the defeat to Worcestershire at Wolverhampton. She's from Derby. Of course, Sarah Glenn, the city's finest export in terms of that England women's team at the moment. Bess Heath as well was on Derbyshire's pathway.
Yeah, produced some handy players. It's nice when I came in, there's a kind of arty thing of
Down,
a lot of,
yeah,
near the hotel. A lot of England players.
There's a whole wall of history as well behind the stand.
Yeah,
I don't
I
have the
can see in the
sponsor names,
distance.
but it's known casually as the permanent temporary stand. 90 for 4, one off the over.
That partnership between Shaw and Porter, 42 runs from it, pretty handy. Now 90 for 4.
Adriana Darlow, captain in next, and then into the bowlers really. Rhiannon Nolley Davis, Harriet Parkin, Francesca Clark and Pagan Hardwick. Final game of the season for both of these sides. Playing for pride, particularly Derbyshire, trying to get their first win, first points on the board. If it is to be a no result game, but the weather holding off so far, which is good. Particularly for Sussex, who've come all the way up here. You want to play a whole game of cricket. No one on the boundary through the covers for sure, and that's why she's advanced and driven this one away to the extra cover boundary for 4. She moves on to 34.
A nice shot, just kind of assessed her options, saw there was a gap, and it wasn't a particularly powerful shot or anything, but enough on it to take it to the boundary.
Just no 4th boundary, Lara Shaw is playing very sensibly. On loan from the Blaze Academy, another Derbyshire pathway product. No Maria Andrews today, who falls in that same category. The left arm spinner. The wind picking up again, 95 for 4. One year left of uni for you, right? In thinking? Same for both of us.
So I keep getting the question, what are you going to do after uni? I don't think about
yeah.
it. Don't talk to me about it. I'm just like, panic.
Yes, trying to. I think it's the question of, do you narrow it down, or do you keep your options wide open?
Yeah.
Driven by Pittman for a single. She's off the mark.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Some more dancing. This time it's Nancy Harmon.
I guess it's a way of staying in the game and energised, because your mind can wander a bit. You've got 50 overs to play, and especially if you're not a bowler, if you're just fielding, you're kind of just...
Long off comes up, and Shaw drags that one away to deep mid-wicket on the bounce.
Yeah, I've got dissertations to think about and all that stuff, but...
We have the options of, you can do an 8-part podcast series, or you can do
That's a bit of me.
2,000 word sort of feature article, which I think I'm going to go towards because I do far too much outside of uni to be able to balance doing a 10,000 word dissertation. 97 for 4. Because you have a lot of cricketers, particularly on the women's side, who are university students.
Yeah, a lot of Loughborough uni students either playing today or they've graduated.
Just down the road. I think that's an area Derbyshire will look to go into more as well in terms of their recruitment.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Because that was certainly the case in the regional era with Lightning. They used to be Loughborough Lightning, then they were just Lightning and then the Blaze. But they just had a constant stream of players coming through when they came to uni.
Worcestershire 98 for 4 against Middlesex. Northants 96 for 4. So a lot of similar scorelines. Derbyshire 97 for 4. I think that's beaten the bat of Lara Shaw. Come back for 2. Leicestershire 112 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Yorkshire now 204 for 1 against Kent. Just 24 overs in. This could be a tough end to the season for Kent.
Ouch, yeah, that's...
Second wicket's gone down. Thomas sisters are both back in the hutch. That'll be 100 up for the Falcons. 100 for 4. Their 50 came in the 13th over. Run rate still exactly 4.5. These two to have a big partnership though. Nice bit of turn back in again. It's actually, in terms of runs on the board, they're not in an awful position, the home side.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at games around the the different grounds, and everyone's kind of in a similar situation other than, well, Yorkshire.
Welcome to Tier 2,
yeah. Looking very likely that Yorkshire will be the ones that go through. Although Gwen Davis is not 60 not out for Worcestershire, so there could be a bit of a rebuild.
Very watchful here, Megan Pittman. There's a couple of overs before the halfway mark through the innings. Again, out to point. 209 all out, chasing 336. Last time out, 210 all out, chasing 381. Thrashed by Middlesex and Merchant Taylor's bowled up for 76. That was chased down inside the power play. 100 for 4.
I think also for next season, Derbyshire should tap into some loan signings as well from Tier 1, because it's a difficult topic, and I have very conflicting feelings about it. And I think the one thing I feel strongly is you have one loan, you go to one place. Because, you know, obviously for Tier 2 players, they won't see it as a good thing if someone from Tier 1 is coming down and nabbing their spot.
Defended by Lara Shaw.
But at the same time, it's such an opportunity for... Well, it's great for the team in terms of winning games, but also to have players who have more experience, like Nancy Harmon, for example, coming down is great for the younger players coming through. So it is kind of a mutually beneficial thing. But yeah, also utilising Loughborough Uni just down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. The Blaze are the closest in terms of Tier 1. Yorkshire for that relationship. The Blazers squad is just huge as well.
Yeah.
The amount of players they used.
Feels like everyone plays for the Blaze.
That was a talking point, wasn't it? I listened to your podcast about the final stage. So it was the England players, whether they were allowed to come back, whether they wanted to or not.
Yeah, because Kirsty Gordon made it quite clear how she felt about that situation and the fact that the England players didn't play for the Blaze. But it's a really interesting one because I think what I really liked about Lottie and what she said in her first ever interview as head coach was the value of domestic cricket.
Quicker and nicely worked away by Lara Shaw to the... Is it going to be held up? It is just held up and fielded in the deep by Stanley. They'll get back for 2.
I thought that was going for 4.
Yeah.
It was very close in the end. But yeah, Lottie put so much value on domestic cricket, which I think was so important, and most of the England players were playing domestic cricket. But at the same time, I do think with the finals, you know, you want the team to be playing that got them there, not just kind of parachuting the England players back in, even if it strengthens the side.
I find this with the men's one day cup as well, because all the players at the 100, you know, Liam Dawson comes straight back in for Hampshire and Skittles Middlesex, and don't know, and it's the fairness on the players who've got them there as well. 4 off the over, 104, 4. That's what I think is one of the hardest parts about it.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a difficult one, and yeah, because otherwise, especially often the opportunities fall to young players when the England players aren't there, and then if you know you've done really well and you basically get booted out the side, it's quite tough. But yeah, I just think it's great that the England players were actually playing so much domestic cricket. Maybe less so in the Blast, but definitely the first kind of 6 weeks to month of the One Day Cup.
Jess Cooser is headed out for a stroll around the boundary. She dismissed for 1. John Dyson, who loves a walk, and his coaching staff back in the dugout, is cut straight to cover fielder. Extra cover is in fairly close. Pressure on Pittman here. 2 off 12. Fielder's in the ring. Just 2 on the boundary and the onside. Trying to tempt her for a big shot here. She's being watchful using her experience. Ava Lee's ball nicely. Picked up the wicket of Ella Porter, reverse sweeping, and was bowled. Boundary's drying up for Derbyshire a little bit, but run rate dropping towards 4 as well. Both the sweep and the reverse are on here actually as well. You look at this field. That's just driven conventionally and driven very nicely by Megan Pittman. That will run away to the boundary for 4.
Good from Pittman, and she's kind of been stuck defending for a while. So to have a breakthrough, it's quite handy. 108 for 4. Just keeping that run rate afloat.
Wales versus Canada in the Women's Rugby World Cup. Must-win pool match. Played late. Yeah, rugby not as much my sport. Canada 0, Wales 0. So there's been a lot of games up north, haven't there?
Yeah, so England started in Sunderland at the Stadium of Light, and they've had a few in York, and then I know Northampton's being used, Salford, Exeter, Brighton, and Twickenham.
Twickenham eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
For the final at Twickenham, I'd imagine.
Yeah, final at Twickenham, and then semi-finals at Bristol, actually. Ashton Gate.
Yes.
So, yeah, really interesting. I mean, I'm not a huge rugby person. I watched the Sevens at the Olympics in 2024, which was brilliant. I really enjoyed it, mainly because I got to see Ilona Maher play, which was fantastic. But yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the Rugby World Cup. I just can't believe how they do it. Like, cricket is so almost sophisticated compared to rugby, and I watch them in the scrums and stuff, and I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
It's it's very, very impressive, and the power and strength that they all have is bonkers. I actually did a kind of cricket. There was a cricket rugby crossover a couple of years ago that I took part in, and my first ever experience of rugby was Rocky Clark, who at the time was the most capped England player, basically just smashing me to the ground. And I thought, okay, great introduction. She was so strong. And I mean, she'd retired at this point, but she was still so strong. And it just kind of, it blew my mind. But I was quite good at catching the rugby ball, because when I'm used to catching cricket balls, it's obviously a lot smaller. So a rugby ball, you think, oh, this is great. But yeah, there's a couple of cricketers that played rugby. So I know Neve Robertson-Jackson, I think her name is, she plays Scotland under 19. She also plays Scotland youth rugby. So she's a very strong batter because of the rugby, so has its advantages.
109 for 4, having a drinks break now, midway through the first inning. Sussex won the toss and elected to bowl. Elsewhere, Yorkshire 215 for 2, halfway through the innings against Kent. Worcestershire 103 for 4 against Middlesex. Northampton 107 for 4 versus Glamorgan. Leicestershire 134 for 3 up against Gloucestershire. Down the road in Leicester. Do keep your messages coming in if you want to drop us a message on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, all the games going on, and lots of different scores. Obviously, Yorkshire sailing ahead. Have a look what Lauren Winfield Hill's on now. Yeah, 137 not out from 89, 24 fours. That's quite something. She's batting with Maddie Ward.
Yeah, almost like she's too good for this division.
Yeah.
Still hear that wind.
That is it does really sound like the hover cover because of how loud it is in the gusts.
It's woken the scorers up next door.
Yeah.
109 for 4. See the wind on their shirts as well.
Lenny Sims is batting for Northants, who was playing for Italy in that qualifier. She was a fantastic all-rounder. Took quite a few wickets.
In terms of the fan base as well then in the Netherlands, where's that? Because I know when England went there, they thought, wow, this is brilliant, we'll get to go to Amsterdam. But how sort of diehard is cricket and well known in terms of the Dutch public?
Yeah, it's pretty niche. You seem to have quite a few families who everyone plays. So Babette de Leyder, I think her brother plays, her uncle played for the Netherlands.
Bas de Leyder, his brother.
Yes,
yes,
yeah, I think that might be her cousin.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But yeah, so you kind of just seem to have these families who were really into cricket, and it doesn't kind of spread further than that. The interesting thing actually with where we went, which was VOC in Rotterdam, is that it's like a sport campus. So you've got a huge hockey stadium, there's football pitches, so it is very multi-sport. So people aren't completely oblivious to cricket, and they're aware of its existence. As this one's pushed into the offside. Backward a point. So yeah, people aren't oblivious to it, but it's, hockey is the big thing, and I think the difficulty they have is often the hockey season actually overlaps with cricket. So someone was explaining that your best hockey players will stick with hockey, they won't be able to be pinched for cricket. So that is a difficulty, but there are some big clubs. So there's obviously near Amsterdam, in Amstelveen, they've got one near The Hague and in Utrecht as well. So there are clubs, as this one's been pummeled down the ground, will be stopped on the boundary, so just a single in the end. So yeah, cricket does exist, and the teams are doing quite well, and I know the men's team are out in Bangladesh at the moment, but it's not common yet. what I loved though is when friends and family were turning up, they were all members of the club. Everyone was in orange without fail. So that was brilliant.
That's exactly how it is for the football team, of course. Yeah.
There's an appeal from Kiara Green. Umpire's not interested. But yeah, everything is all about Oranje. So
that is your Duolingo language, is it Dutch? You're trying to
I am
learn?
doing Dutch on Duolingo. Dutch, German, and French is what I'm doing at the moment. So this one pushed into the offside for no run. But yeah, embarrassingly, my Dutch is better than my German, and I am German, so that's not great. And then just trying to keep up French. I did it at school until AS level, and then I've done a bit at uni as well. So just trying to keep that afloat.
Yeah.
But
I did Spanish till GCSE, and I'm going to San Sebastian this week, which of course is in the
nice.
Basque country.
Yeah, have you practiced your Basque?
No, but I think what I want to do is at least get the greetings nailed down.
Yes.
And then I back myself with enough Spanish, hopefully, in some situations. If it needs to go to English, that's fine. But I think that the right thing to do, having done a good Google search, is at least if you can greet people in Basque, you're off to a good start.
Ava Lee back from the racecourse end. Yeah, I went to Bilbao on holiday a couple of years ago, and I love seeing all the signs in Spanish and Basque, because Basque written looks so interesting.
It's
there are a lot of
incredible
K's
language.
in it.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating. Lee again has a big swipe at that, and it will go for 4. So another example from Shaw of the power she has. She'll move on to 47 from 70, nearing that half-century milestone.
Yeah, wants to end the season on a high, Lara Shaw, playing really nicely. Driven, but
can't find a run. But yeah, I love language learning. I mean, my dad's a French teacher, so I think that that helps. And I have cousins all over who are all fluent in 3 languages. So
could you use your Dutch then, or?
I did actually speak a little bit of Dutch whilst I was there. This beats the fielder, and it's going to reach the boundary. He was hit with quite a bit of power from short, but yeah, beats the diving Daisy Mullen, I think, inside the ring. Yeah, I did speak a little bit of Dutch just to order coffee and things like that. But I mean, everyone's English there is very good, and I hate when I go abroad and someone speaks English back to me, because I'm like, no, this is my time to practice.
50 for Lara Shaw, off 72 balls, 6 fours.
Lee again. This is a clap down the ground. Gentry fields it, though, in front of the boundary.
Big talent, Lara Shaw, who started this competition, I said, really well. Scores of 74 against Gloucestershire, 65 of 52 against Kent, and then had that hand injury. Didn't really get going as much as she'd have liked to in the T20s, and looking to end the season on a high.
Slightly missed shot, but to the leg side. Yeah, really important knock from Lara Shaw, just steadying the ship, and a nice tentative knock so far, but as I say, pretty vital when players have fallen around her. 121 for 4 after 27.
Yeah, I do think for Derbyshire, it's just actually set your sights on just batting the entire innings.
Yeah.
That, you know, really make use of your time out there in the middle. We know we've got the weather maybe to come later. Sussex would have won the toss thinking, let's bowl Derbyshire out, hopefully nice and cheaply. And as things stand, there's some good stubborn resistance from these two.
Kiara Green back for another over.
It's almost a leg spinner's action, but it is off spin.
Yeah. It's interesting to watch. Just nudge gently into the offside. I'll take the 1 run.
Somebody for Northants had a peculiar action. I'm flicking back through my notes now. got Laura Shaw. Phillips for Northants. It was almost a medium pacer's run up and then
chopped in the air bisects the fielders and go for 4. More good work from Lara Shaw, who moves to 56.
Yeah, it was Ella Phillips, and their action and run-up always completely bemused Lara Shaw because she always running like a medium pacer and then sort of jump wide at the crease, and it was an off-spin, a delivery, and Shaw run straight past it. Yeah, she's got her eye in now, Lara Shaw, definitely, and she did well because she was struggling to lay bat and ball in the power play. She stuck around, didn't throw a wicket away.
Green again, beats the diving fielder at point. We'll get 1 run. Yeah, I saw some really interesting actions actually over in the Netherlands, and Hannah Landier for the Dutch team. She's so slinky that when she bowls, her bowling arm basically comes to her heel and it like pings all the way through. So it's really something interesting to watch side on.
Comment in the chat on YouTube, Lauren Winfield Hill now the highest ever women's scorer at the Spitfire ground. Still more than 24 overs left. 232, 33 for 2 Yorkshire. 147, 26 fours Lauren Winfield Hill.
That's just bonkers. It's definitely a stronger Yorkshire side today than it has been in the last few games. There's an appeal from Green and it's given out. Lara Shaw has to go for 57. It's been such a good innings from her, a vital one for Derbyshire. And her season wraps up with a really nice knock.
Yeah, it looks in front of leg stump and Lara Shaw, little complaint. Have a look again. Green bowling round the wicket, interestingly. And that's the sort of dismissal you look for when you're bowling round the wicket. LBW. Gone for 57 off 76. Excellent knock from Lara Shaw, but Sussex, I think that puts them back on top now. They'll feel they're really into this Derbyshire side. 5 down. Darlow really the last recognised batter. These two who've batted together a lot this summer have a role to play. Darlow, imagine coming to the crease.
Yeah, quite disruptive for Derbyshire's batting to Lou Shaw, who's just really stuck there and been just important to have at the crease.
Yeah, Francesca Clark, who's batting at 10, is just suddenly striding around the boundary to maybe start getting ready. There's a few more pads being put on over in the dugout as well.
It looks like in the Yorkshire game, Winfield Hill has basically just had the strike the whole time. Because I feel like Maddie Ward has been there for a little while. Yeah, she's been there for 21 minutes, but has faced 10 balls.
It will be Adriana Darlow, the Falcons skipper, to come to the crease.
128 for 5 after 28. It's the return of Lottie Curling.
Yeah, this is a good move. Strike while the iron's hot now if you're Sussex. This is where, if you want to bring the toss, bowl Derbyshire out cheaply. Recognising moments in the game, and yeah, I like this.
4 overs, 1 for 13 so far. Leg side wide to start. Captain just coming over to have a chat.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think the wind's blowing from right to left from our position.
much straighter this time. It'll be a dot ball.
But yeah, there have been a lot of leg side wides. The umpire now just checking where the bowl is landing.
31 extras so far, which is pretty hefty.
Yeah, she was in tight to the stumps there. And the umpire's just had a little conversation about where curling is following through.
Defended again for no run.
I did like in the men's one-day cup, the umpires had Cadbury purple sort of sweaters on. But they're back to just a standard ECB stock for the women's, obviously.
Yeah, I think in Tier 1 they've gone to the purple now.
Royal purple.
This is good from curling. $129 for 5.
Have you seen the trend of the Football League clubs, which Bradford City's fans started? You've been pecked by the chickens. It's been excellent. It's a new trend to every team. Bradford are the Bantams, but somebody created it on Twitter, and the whole thing was we're going to post this picture under the opposition club when we've beaten them, and it's been now spread around cricket as well. So
good.
I don't know what Derbyshire's would do.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them get quite rude, but pecked by the chickens apparently was being sung by the Bradford fans when they played the other day.
That's brilliant.
And yeah, there's been a few people discussing about what the county cricket version would be.
Only straight from curling, but it's just sent round the corner. Signalled leg by the umpire. 130 for 5.
Derbyshire Falcons, because of the falcon that, I don't know if it is still in Derby Cathedral, but that's where they get their nickname from. They had a previous nickname as well, which I'm going to have to find because it was before I started here. Derbyshire Phantoms? Yes, here we go. They've had a few.
Wrap on the pads and it's given out. She kind of walked across her stumps.
I thought that was missing leg.
Yeah.
First glance.
So Darlow will have to go for naught. And so it'll be an interesting one to see on the replay.
Yeah, it's swung a long way.
Yeah, she really came kind of far across the stumps, but
I think it's one you'd send upstairs.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of those that maybe it's umpire's call leg stump. I don't think that's an easy decision. But Darlow gone first ball, the skipper. And curling, that's exactly why she was brought back on.
Yeah, so the second over in a row that there's been a wicket from the final ball.
Good spot.
So effective bowling by Sussex here, and they're on their way to bowling the side out, which is what we suspect they would have been keen to do this morning.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Darlow's probably not scored the run she'd have wanted this year. She's been handy with the ball. She's got a steady off spinner, but into the bowlers now and gone first ball. It's one of those though when you get home and somebody asks how you were out. I think that's one of those you say, I got a shocker today. And then if they find the replay, they go, well,
yeah. Well,
not quite.
I love being out LBW. Like, I don't love being out, but like if there was a way I was going to get out, I really don't mind being out LBW because I can be like, oh, the umpire is just absolute nightmare today. Like he had an absolute stinker. Like it wasn't my fault at all. Whereas if I'm bold, I have to be like, yeah.
Someone's sitting in our stream room who's like that. It's not Luke. He's had some very detailed stories of exactly where the ball hits him when he gets out LBW. It's not you, Luke. It's not you. Luke would never moan at an umpire, never moan at anyone.
Kiara Green back into the attack.
Yeah, we also don't have the camera at the other end, so that more conclusive maybe angle. You're going to have to slow it down a fair bit. Hard to tell. It was high as well, actually.
Yeah.
Top of the pad. Yeah, armchair umpires. So back to Derbyshire. So until 2005, Derbyshire's Scorpions.
Ooh.
And then from then till 2010, the Derbyshire Phantoms. But there's a famous peregrine falcon which nests on the Derby Cathedral.
Oh.
Yes, which is one of the main landmarks of the city.
Whipped into the offside for no run. But so where did this phantom come from? Was there a phantom of the ground? A phantom of the opera? I'd love to know. I also don't think you would ever find a scorpion in Derby.
I'd like to think not, no.
This one edged. It's heading towards the boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. I think it will slow up and will be stopped by curling.
Article from 2004. Derbyshire are to rename their one-day team the Phantoms in 2005. The club, known as the Scorpions, county sides took nicknames in 2000. They ran a competition with radio station Ram FM. It reflects the fact that, according to the club, Derby is the most haunted city in England. And the links to the Rolls-Royce. So the Rolls-Royce Phantom is a car. This is very Derbyshire. As the Scorpions, they never finished higher than 4th in the one-day league. It's gone, yeah, you know what the problem was? The nickname. And of course, related article, Madsen signs 3-year deal. This was in 2004. Oh no, that was linked to 2012. That was they've had some, so it was a competition, which I think is great.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I think Phantom definitely is probably to do with the car rather than, I don't think it's England's like most haunted city.
There's a proud Rolls-Royce connection. That's where they're made. 30 overs gone, 20 remain, 133 for 6. The runs have slowed down.
Well, I remember as a kid when you watch things like Blue Peter, or all the PO boxes for these sort of things are all in Derby. So maybe it needs
the competition's on ITV.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they need to link to something to do with PO boxes. I don't know what nickname you get from that.
The Derby Deliverers. Yeah.
Yeah, let's run another competition, I reckon.
Yeah, sorry to the marketing team.
Yeah,
the
Falcons. Sure, the Falcons, lovely.
Get behind your Falcons. It's the T20. Yeah, I don't know. The fact they've had 3 nicknames suggests it's not most ingrained in the history, but
no.
I'm stuck with this one. The likes of Somerset, Durham, just happy with that one. Some of them are a little forced, aren't they?
Yes.
Some of them.
I do find it funny when you have a team with a nickname playing against a team without a nickname.
Yes. Well, I found that watching, so I watched the, nudged into the onside. So when in Warwickshire versus the Blaze in the final, Sky in the first innings, it was Warwickshire. In the second innings, they changed it to the Bears because they obviously got that confused. And then, of course, the Blaze is a whole other story that I shouldn't get started on. But
no, it is it's a weird one.
I do like the Sussex pink, though. That's another leg side wide. Bit of movement through the air again.
Yeah, and I guess different teams. For me, Bears are like that's. I've always known them as they used to be Birmingham Bears, and I've always associated like you Bears, whatever that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas with Essex, I don't immediately think the Essex Eagles.
No, Yorkshire Vikings. No, Notts Outlaws. Not really.
No.
Kent Spitfires.
No. I don't. Steelbacks, I do think a little bit.
Well, yeah, the Corby Town, who I saw the other week, are the Steel Men. They're a non-league side from Northampton, and I'm trying to think my Northamptonshire non-league knowledge. Kettering the Poppies, Northampton Town are the Cobblers. There's some proper history in the nicknames, which is good. That's how it should be. Another leg side wide. Perhaps you're gonna. I don't want to start doing maths, but it must be nearly a third of the runs.
Yeah.
A quarter.
It's definitely second top scorer.
34. You're right. Shaw 51, then after that, Allen 14. So wide's firmly second, extras only second top. It's a better line, and it's off an edge from Pittman down to third for a single. Yeah, Glamorgan, are they just Glamorgan?
I think they're just Glamorgan. Yeah. Lancashire Lightning.
Yeah, a little bit. But then, yeah, the women's team being the Thunder.
I think it works with
I
Lightning
like
and
that.
Thunder,
Yeah, Lightning and Thunder. We've got Worcestershire Rapids. That doesn't really work either.
I mean, it's always flooded, so.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're
I don't
actually
think it's
rapids,
a self-depreciating
no.
nickname, no.
I'm trying to think of any of the counties with Sussex Sharks, obviously.
Yeah, no, I do get the Robin Hood thing with Notts, but even we were looking at that, and a lot of that history is debated. Me and Fletcher talking about that during Derbyshire Notts. There's a lot of actual Yorkshire connections there, and even some Derbyshire ones. So it's not fully a Notts thing. That's a decent shout, and a rather prolonged one. Not out this time, says the umpire. Desperately wanting a new bat is Pittman. Nolan Davis in all this time is the one on strike. And Pittman not happy with something on a bat.
Even Hampshire, I don't really associate the Hawks that much.
Here we go, from Colin. Somerset used to be the Sabres.
Oh,
Sabres.
The Sabres. That's interesting.
Winfield Hills 150 is up.
I wonder how many runs more she'll get. How many more boundaries she'll add.
Yeah, 17 overs remaining there. Yorkshire 251 for 2.
Wow. They could do a record
500
total today, I reckon.
Yeah. What is the highest? Maddie Ward, 16 of 29, really needs to get a move on. The other, she's
Really
striking
slow.
at 55. Winfield Hill striking at 144.
Crikey. I'm sure Hypercourse would be able to provide some insight on that.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Google, but I'm not too confident. No.
I mean, it will definitely be the highest score of Tier 2 this season.
Yes.
Because then I guess you would be looking at List A totals, which go back to county days long ago. It looks like a new bat has been sourced.
Excellent. Is it Grace Harris who's got names for her bats after burgers?
Yeah. She also is the player who, do you remember during the WBBL last season?
Broke the
bat.
What a video that is.
Just incredible. It pops up every now and then, and it just gets better.
Yeah, she just goes, doesn't she just say, I'll just whack it?
I'll just whack it and then whacks Piper Cleary for 6.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
That's Grace Harris to a T.
Played late by Megan Pittman for a couple. Oh no, they're not going to come back.
$137 for 6. Nolan Davis yet to get off the mark, and Pittman 16 from 40.
Yeah, big responsibility on Pittman. And they'll be even more so now because Derbyshire are 7 down. Nolan Davis goes for a 4-ball duck. Another LBW, and Derbyshire are fading away here.
It feels like the momentum is fully Sussex's side. There's more dancing from the Sussex camp. It's I think this is probably interpretive dance now.
Yeah, that was out. That one.
Yeah.
That was less of a difficult decision. 137 for 7, and Sussex, things going pretty much how they wanted them to go. Still grey skies above. They want Derbyshire out soon, and then they can get cracking on chasing this before the rain comes later, as we expect.
Yeah, I'll have a look. It's saying 3 o'clock now for
closing in.
Yeah. I mean, it's saying 37% at 3 o'clock, and then 4 o'clock is 72%. So we could get lucky.
What our scorer has said is once it comes, that's it, basically.
Okay.
You know, there's not,
Right.
they're worried that it's going to be too heavy. So in comes Harriet Parkin. Green, 6.5 overs, 2 for 24. The only bowlers have bowled a maiden as well. Wickets shared out between Lee Gentry, Stanley. Curling's got 2. And what we did have when Derbyshire were bowled out cheaply against Northants, they actually, in agreement sort of the captains and the umpires, they postponed lunch, not for the interval, but they waited, and I think they got half an hour into the second innings, and then we stopped for lunch, and then we resumed. So I don't know if something like that would happen.
Very interesting.
It's 1:45. I mean, me and Claire were ready to eat, so we weren't particularly happy. But I've never seen that before in a white ball game. I don't know. The chefs were ready to go as well, so some good food the last couple of games. Pork, and then last of that was meatballs. So ending the season strongly. Some of Colin House, Colin said, Falcons savaged by the Sharks. It's it's going that way. Yeah.
Well, in fact, in the Netherlands, Iris Villing, who is a fantastic seamer for the Netherlands, she her nickname is Sharky. And we're not sure why, and we're going to get her on the podcast and ask, because it's quite something. But they're all going, "Come on, Sharky!" And then she got 3 wickets. So that wrote my article for me.
Just reminds me of The Office. Gareth says, "Will there ever be a boy born who can swim faster than a shark?" When Tim says, "What are you thinking, Gareth?"
Should we test it out?
Yeah.
You willing to volunteer?
Yeah. Well, Freddie the Falcon's not here. So, and then Sussex have got the shark mascots. Isn't there one who's a hammerhead?
Yes.
Hammerhead shark. I think they might have a couple.
Yeah, they've got a normal shark one, I think. I love a hammerhead shark.
Yes.
It's probably my favourite type of shark. I remember going to the Sea Life Centre in Birmingham when I was quite young and seeing a hammerhead shark, and just think that's great.
There was one that really made me laugh when we did a quiz. It was like a true or false. This is a type of shark. I'll have to find it. We're getting really distracted. But 137 for 7. Parkin is in. 537 different types of sharks. You get the basking sharks. If you're going to find a shark in Sussex off the coast, that's the one you're going to find. Now, they're the unthreatening ones. They just eat plankton. Yeah, the hammerhead is quite a look, isn't it? Defended by Parkin.
Well, what I thought was great, which they really missed out on at Tier 2 T20 Blast Finals Day, but at Tier 1, instead of having the mascot race, they had hungry hippos with the mascots, which I thought was excellent entertainment. Where I think they had baskets and they had to put all of it in. I have a feeling Lanky won, which I know is a controversial situation with Lanky winning races and competitions. But yeah, I'm very happy they integrated that, and I'll be hoping for that for Tier 2.
Somerset have some of that one. Is it like the cider? They have those big apples.
Yes, the apple races, yeah.
The mega mouth shark, yeah. Let me see Sussex mascots. Okay. Oh, wow. I think that's a slightly older one. Yes, they've had a few over the time, over the years. I'm still not quite sure what Gloucestershire's is. But, yeah, excellent. Freddie the Falcon came out for the T20s, hasn't been seen since. Was last seen winding up an opposition dugout.
137 for 7. That's lofted into the air. Delivery and then driven down the ground.
Given some flight there.
Yeah. Worcestershire have an alligator, which is terrifying. It's a very, very tall alligator.
Comes down and driven. Oh, and it's got through the fielder at mid-on, who's going to run back. And there's not a lot of urgency between the wickets. There could have been 2 there, and Parkin now comes on strike. Misfield from curling.
Yeah, on my way to Worcestershire, once I was just walking past the ground trying to find the entrance, and I got chased down the road by the alligator, which was a little bit scary.
Yeah, well, one of my colleagues for the Arsenal women coverage met Gunnosaurus the other day, and I just don't know how you interact with a mascot because they can't really talk as well.
It's a little bit awkward. Yeah, I had one of the bears come and it was an event at Sixes Cricket Club and launching the blast. He just came and sat next to me and started like patting me on the back, and I didn't really know what to do.
Oh, another shout for LBW, too high, I think, this time. Parking 0 of 5. Three wickets in the last 4 overs. And there's another. Parkin is cleaned up. Lee has her second, and Sussex closing in now on bowling. Derbyshire out. Another duck.
Yeah, just hopped back and knocked off stump. 138 for 7, and a second wicket for Ava Lee.
She's bowled really nicely. Good control. It's clearly getting some natural drift and turn. And right into the tail now. 3 ducks in a row. Darlow 0 of 1, Noeling Davis 0 of 4, Parkin 0 of 5. Lower middle order has collapsed. 138 for 8. She'll be hoping for rain to come a little sooner.
Yeah, dear Leicester work in their favour.
It's promising as well. I mean, 121 for 4 when Shaw brought up her 50. That was in the 27th over. So they've lost 17 runs for 4 wickets.
Yeah, Shaw's dismissal was really the turning point. They no longer had that anchor and the stability. And as you say, once you get into the bowlers, then it just becomes a lot more tricky. And it really exposes the kind of weakness of the lower order.
Yeah, Pittman needs to be clever here. She needs to get herself on strike and have as much of the strike as she can for the rest of this innings, if they can indeed bat it out. First ball played very late by Francesca Clark. And that's all she needed to do to get out the over. 138 for 8, 17 remain.
Yeah, so the last kind of big partnership when Shaw was at the crease. And since then it's kind of dwindled.
Yeah, 5, I make it 5, well, when Shaw was gone, yeah, 5 wickets for about 10 runs. 4 wickets even. You say maths is just not a strong point, which for cricket commentators isn't great. Stay away from the darts. Slip in now for Pittman, who cuts this one away. Misfield, and that'll go to the boundary. Well, Pittman has got to take the senior role here, and she's picked up 4 runs. She needs to play one heck of an innings to get Derbyshire up to a decent score.
Anna Lewis, I think, misjudged the angle slightly of where the ball was coming. She was quite solid in where she was positioned, but just flew past her. She's been sent out to the boundary.
There's one comment saying Winfield Hill wants to declare but isn't allowed to. This is cut away. I wonder if it's weather's down there, because we had what was it, the UAE women when they
they all declared.
They all yeah, but you can't declare.
So they all like came in and retired.
Retired out.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. So yeah, that's interesting. If she's seen there's rain around, and I think there should be an option in white ball cricket.
Yeah, let's have a look at Canterbury. See what the weather's saying. Oh, there's not really weather around till 6 p.m.
Oh, right, so she should just keep going.
She's
yeah.
just knackered.
It's a big score, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure why it would be.
No, well, it might be a joke, but the person who's commented has been civil so far, so we'll take their word for it.
Yeah, 175 not out so far. That's bonkers.
Clark defending, and that's fine. It's going to need to be Pittman now. Stay out there as long as they can. Leaves that one alone. And 16 overs remain, 143 for 8.
Sussex just looking to get the job done and clear up these last few wickets and try and get an early departure home. Get on the road on that long journey back to Sussex.
Let's have a look how far Hove is.
I reckon like 4 hours maybe.
3 hours 36.
Okay.
Not awful.
Well,
have a bit of
if
luck
you go
around
around
the
the M25, there's
yeah.
going to be traffic.
Straight down the M1, M25, and then M23. Yeah, I do love Brighton. Great city. Lee, for our 8th over. Comes down, does Pittman, and straight enough to go past mid-on, who's giving a full-blooded chase, but it'll run away to the boundary. Another boundary for Megan Pittman.
Yeah, real effort from curling that. Putting everything into it.
This is good from Megan Pittman. Just trying to pick her moments. Player of the year last year. Finger injury in the last game, so she's not going to be risked with the wicket-keeping gloves. Ellie Nightingale will take on that role for the first time this season in Derbyshire colours. Tossed up. Oh, missed. But slips down on the ground. Can't believe it. Rachel King is having a cracking day. Somehow snuck through and missed the stumps. Lee's bowled really nicely. That's nudged away through square leg. Yeah, 3 for 41 in Sussex has been over Leicestershire over Lee. Part of that Vipers side that won everything in 2023, played 8 matches that season, 8 matches last year as well, 11 wickets. Only turned 19 earlier this week on Tuesday. Prods at that one does Clark and through to the keeper. 15 remain. 148 for 8.
Sussex searching for the breakthrough, but I think Derbyshire being stubborn. Pittman's been good here, 27 from 49. Again, just playing a similar role to what Shaw was doing and just staying in and not worrying too much about how many deliveries she's using up. They've got plenty of time.
Yeah, Green and Lee both bowled 8 overs. 4 for Lewis and Gentry, 5 for Stanley, 6 for Curling. Plenty of options to turn to.
Kiara Green back from the City end. They'll find a single to start. also got the 100 eliminator happening today.
Clark is playing this like the end of a test match. Not going after anything and just letting Pittman score the runs.
Green in again. Just left for Ollie Adams to take. So yeah, an hour and a quarter. Northern Superchargers take on London Spirit. The winner going through to play Southern Brave, who are unbeaten. Defended by Clark.
Final still at Lords, the 100.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. And I know there's supposed to be rain today, so it was actually quite important who finished second and third. Because of course, with the way the regulations work, if the game is unable to be completed, then second place automatically go through. So Northern Superchargers would be the ones to play Southern Brave, as this one's sent down.
Get back for two. Get Pittman on strike.
Take advantage of the opportunity to run. I should say, get Pittman on strike, who is the more comfortable of the two, 28 from 50.
Yeah, 150 up now for Derbyshire, but runs slowing down, just 18 in the last 6 overs with those wickets falling. Still dancing at slip from Rachel King. I think there is an element of maybe trying to keep warm. I'm not quite sure how warm it is out there, but...
Yeah, she's got a long sleeve on already. Averley back to bowl. Just push straight to point. Averley so far has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 37. Green and Curling also have 2 apiece.
Yeah, still just getting a little bit of turn back into the right-hander. Keeps the stumps and the LBW in play. Be interesting if Clark comes on strike. I'd actually think about something like a short leg and just really make a bit of an event out of it.
A couple of shouts from the team. $151 for 8.
Yeah, that sight screen sort of tarpaulin must be billowing around below us.
Slapped across, and we'll just take the 1.
So now you know you've got 2 balls left in the over. I would be bringing all the field in and a short leg, and that's no disrespect to Francesca Clark, but with the role she's playing now,
you can see it.
They're giving her an easy single now on the leg side. That's nicely played. Just get everyone to put the now. Well, now they're going to give her the 1 through cover, which is fair enough. Keep her on strike. Catches in at extra cover and a short mid wicket. And she will take the single. Yeah.
I think Pittman looked a little bit more hesitant to take the single. So she'll retain the strike. And 37 overs gone, 153 for 8. So Derbyshire holding on a bit and not letting Sussex completely rip through their lower order.
Yeah, I mean, if they somehow do bat the 50 overs, they'll get to at least 200. And that's what they've got to be thinking. Even just if they can somehow go at 4 and over and bat the rest of the allocation, it will be 200 plus. spend as much time. By the end of lunch, it'll be 2:30. So if it's an hour before the rain comes and you start well with the ball, Clark and Noeling Davis, you know, I think time does come into it.
Yeah.
And I think that's why sort of batting sensibly now is really important.
So we'll beat the fielders inside the ring. And we'll slow up in the outfield, so there won't be a boundary, but they've pushed through for 2. This is good from Clark.
Yeah.
It's on to 5 from 15.
It's about your cricket smarts now, isn't it?
Yeah.
More experienced pitman, and then Clark coming in at 10. 1 batter remaining. It's all about time almost now. It's like a Red Bull game.
Green again defends and kind of sips out to the offside. This one, I'm surprised it wasn't.
Well, Green was laughing because
Yeah.
I think she's almost trying to goad Francesca Clark into swinging at
Yeah.
one. Going, why are you leaving it alone? You're in the 38th over. Sussex know they're well on top here.
Yeah. They'll just want to get it wrapped up. This one chipped out, good stop in the field. Inside the ring.
Bit of Sarah Glenn about Green, isn't there? With the sort of the sunglasses on, the
Yeah.
action.
That's a really good spot, actually.
Is it real? I don't know.
I know exactly what you mean.
Sort of the low arm action as well.
Yeah. Even the way she stands, holding the ball at the top of her run-up.
Sarah Glenn's changed her action a little bit this year.
Yeah, she has quite distinct action as well, especially with her non-bowling arm. Her hand is always very flat, and it kind of.
She
comes down
she
the
sort of
side.
juts her hand out as she
Yeah.
walks in as well.
Yeah.
Very hard to describe stuff like that, but she's a
It's
little
quite
bit lower in her
distinctive.
crease.
Yeah. 156 for 8 after 38. So not many runs in the last 5 overs, but crucially, Derbyshire haven't lost a wicket.
Lauren Winfield Hill drops on 183. Well, don't think that'll prove too costly. 312 for 2 in the 39th over. I think everyone is waiting for Yorkshire to just go up.
There's a big gasp by Rachel King, which I think potentially may have been a bit dramatised.
Lunch at Cardiff, where Northampton 150 for 7. I wonder if they've gone off for rain.
Rain and they're just having
yeah,
lunch.
I think that's what's happened.
This is tight bowling from Ava Lee. Pushed into the offside, but no run.
Worcestershire 151 for 6 against Middlesex. Did they need Yorkshire to lose, though, in order to have a chance?
I'm not sure. I'll check the table, actually.
Lee's final over. They're just trying to get through this.
I think they're on the same amount of points. Yes, they are on the same amount of points, but Yorkshire were ahead on net run rate. So they would have needed Yorkshire to lose,
Yes.
and they would have needed a big-ish win.
That would be something.
Chipped in the air. The catch should be taken. The catch is dropped. She had it in her hands, and it just kind of popped out and bounced.
Yeah, that is not the best bit of cricket you'll see today,
No.
and what a relief for Megan Pittman. It was a poor shot.
Yeah, Talitha Stanley with the drop catch. Who immediately has to field the next ball. But yeah, a lot of relief for Pittman and the Derbyshire camp. Because you'd imagine after that it would have been over quite quickly.
Dropped on 29. How costly could that be? 158 for 8. Yeah, that it was an irresponsible shot, really, and somehow a simple catch goes down. Did you all see it on the stream? No, it was off. No one will ever see it, so that's good news for Stanley.
Yeah.
How many has Winfield Hill got now? Oh, she's out. For 194. Also close to the double century.
Wow.
34 fours and 1 6.
It's a mighty innings.
Yeah, some ugly bowling figures. Darlington for Kent, 3 overs, 48 runs.
Stanley back bowling for Sussex, recovering after the drop catch.
Yeah, she'll enjoy this as well. The fact you can come on and try and
Yeah.
finish the job yourself, make up for it. Run rate continuing to drop. Slip in.
Played straight back to her. Oh, but Winfield Hill so close to that double century.
Yeah, you'd be gutted.
Yeah. Megan Belt with the wicket, the Kent captain. But, I mean, it's going to be a huge total regardless. They've got a lot of depth. Amy Campbell coming into bat now.
She's one of the best finishers around, isn't
Oh,
she? And
she's
she's done it against
fantastic.
Derbyshire on every
Yeah.
occasion. Hits it to all parts.
This one beats the fielders, but will be stopped eventually inside the ring. Just the one run from it. 160 for 8.
This partnership now worth 22. Clark scored 8. Stuck around. Pittman 31. Survived that drop.
Stanley continuing her over to Pittman. This one down the leg side, given a wide. Good work behind the stumps by Molly Adams.
Ten and a half overs remaining. 161 for 8. Can they frustrate Sussex for as long as possible?
Nudged into the leg side, they're scampering through for a single. They're going to push for a second. Miscommunication, but Pittman's safely back. Nancy Harmon going to the keeper's end.
That was a very slow delivery.
Yeah.
Purposely so. Watched all the way by Pittman.
Another wide from Stanley.
Yeah, that tally. It's a battle between Pittman and extras. Extras 4 ahead. And that will be a frustration for Sussex. She smiled very politely back to the umpire and said, yeah, fair enough, it swung away.
Driven by Clark for no run. It's good from Derbyshire, they're just trying to prolong the innings.
Yeah, it's been sensible. I mean, Pittman got away with that one shot where she came down the track and everyone had hands on heads, and could prove costly in terms of the innings. Maybe not the overall result, but Stanley will hope not anyway. 10 overs remaining then. Derbyshire 164 for 8. Just 31 runs off the last 60 balls to give an indication of how they're slowed down. 2 wickets remaining. Final Derbyshire Falcons and Sussex Sharks Women Game of the Year before the end of the month. Back for more next year, of course. One more men's game to go here against Glamorgan, as Indy Gentry will come back on from the racecourse end. I'll just as well get confirmation of those England women matches to be here next year, because I'm sure people want to know about tickets, etc. So then, pull those up. England and Derby, here we go. New Zealand and Ireland. 20th of May. That Super Bruntside will kick off a huge summer of T20 cricket against New Zealand. And on Thursday the 3rd of September, second ODI between England and Ireland.
I already predict that being quite cold. I just remember when England went to Ireland last year in September time, and from what I heard, it was pretty Baltic. Just cricket in September tends to be quite cold.
Yeah. You could be lucky with the way the world is going. It could be a warm September. Certainly in the men's game, they're reliant on that. Gentry to Clark in the air, and that cannot be dropped, and it's not. Clark is gone. She's played a useful hand on a 30, but she couldn't stick around for longer. Gentry brought back on. This has been a trend as well. Bowlers coming back on, picking up wickets, and Clark is gone for 9.
Lottie Curling looked like she gripped onto the ball for dear life. She took that catch.
Yeah, there's a form on the Derbyshire website to get your name down on the list for those tickets. Clark just threw the shot too early, and a simple catch on this occasion. So the last batter in, Pagan Hardwick. And on course for an early lunch here at the Central Co-op County Ground. Derbyshire 164 for 9. Winless in 50 over cricket this year. There were bits of mats and stuff used from their sort of warm-up equipment that were blowing around over by the dugouts in the wind. So Hardwick on strike. Gentry still has 4 balls left in the over. I mean, if you're Pitman now, do you just have to... I mean, you either play very smartly and almost protect the strike, or do you just swing for the hills, essentially, and know this is going to be done soon?
Yeah, I think you just give it a whack and see what happens, because realistically, how many runs are you going to put on if you just defend for the next 10 overs?
Here's Indy Gentry. Experience. She's a tall bowler as well, seamer. At a decent pace as well. She's from London, played for Kent. After leaving Kent was with Surrey, and then in Southeast Stars, Sussex, Southeast Stars' academy. 25 years of age.
Yeah, she's currently interning as in the kind of commercial department at Sussex.
Oh, excellent.
Which is really interesting as a business graduate from Loughborough Uni.
Sort of thing, when Arsenal Ladies started, a lot of the team were given jobs sort of worked out by Vic Akers, sort of in-house doing reception work and bits like that. It's
just a much easier way to kind of balance cricket and work, because you know, the club will be understanding of your commitments and can
Mm.
work around that.
Yeah, Derbyshire have had that sort of previous players working in the foundation and in the offices downstairs below where we are commentating from. Hardwick will get underway, 2 straight from Gentry. And Pittman comes on to strike. Sun peeking through the grey clouds, which are looking more and more menacing. But at the moment, the weather is fine. It's also a ground where there's not loads of shelter as well, so there's that Monarch security stand by the hotel, but apart from that, there's not loads of places you want to go. 1 ball left in the over at Pittman. Can she keep the strike? Lee and Green are bowled out. Oh, she plays that very late, and they will sprint through. I don't know why the fielder has not thrown for the stumps there, because even if that goes away for overthrows, it's not going to be too costly in the grand scheme of things, and Hardwick was nowhere near.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, because Indy Gentry looked also confused. Whether it was just kind of a lapse of concentration or because I think they could have got it wrapped up then.
Yes, she was halfway down essentially, Hardwick, so very strange.
Yeah, the fielder really wasn't far away, so it would have taken nothing. But
yeah, I don't know why she went to throw and then held on to it, so she just thought somehow Hardwick was closer than she actually was. So 166 for 9. Been a couple of It's a sloppy fielding from Sussex that they hope won't cost them in the grand scheme of things. Those 36 extras as well. I mean, we might be being hypercritical, but it's been a good bowling performance. Actually, there's not too many of the shots you look at where Derbyshire have had to gone after the bowling and sort of been caught in the ring. Actually, a lot of them have been sort of bowled an LBW trying to defend.
Word from my dad is that Lauren Winfield Hill was out trying to hit a 6 to bring up her double 100, which is unfortunate.
Slogged away, and Pittman is going to send Hardwick back. She's going to have a go here, so this could be fun. Stanley, after this, has 3 overs left. Lewis has 6, Gentry 5, Curling 4. No doubt they're all going to be bowled. The field here, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and deep cover. They need Pittman gone, and then that will wrap the innings up. Either of these two. Pittman comes down, doesn't quite time that. They'll take the single on this ball after not doing it on the first. So there's a little bit of muddled thinking from both sides, I think, at the moment. Now the field can come in for Hardwick. I mean, maybe Pittman's just changed their mind after that first ball, and who knows? Can they get, can they just get up to 180? 10 runs at a time. Big job now for Hardwick, because there's still 4 balls left in the over. Oh, she's gone after that one, and that will bring her 4 runs. Little under edge, I think, from Pagan Hardwick. And first boundary, I think, since the 35th over.
Yeah, it's been a while since a boundary. There's been a boundary, and I think out of the pair, you at least expect Hardwick to...
That's a lovely bottom edge. 171 for 9. Still 8.3 overs remaining. Be a great effort if they could get anywhere near 200. That's wide, and given a wide. They all help for Derbyshire.
172 for 9.
João Pedro scored again for Chelsea, who everyone in my fantasy league has, apart from me, and I'm being reminded of that. Nice shot from Hardwick up to mid-wicket, no run.
I do really like fantasy sport, but the issue I have is I do it for about 3 weeks, and then I
Yeah.
completely forget.
I've done the
And I
cricket
miss
draft.
the dead. Yeah.
Yes, I've done that for the county championship and the
Mhm.
blast. I didn't do it for the One Day Cup.
I started it for the Blast this season, and then after 2 weeks, completely. I created a league and everything. I was like, everyone join my league.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I forgot to do it after about a week.
We've got a sort of staff league here. Driven by Hardwick. 1 ball left in the over. Now it's suddenly very dark
Mm.
in Derby.
That reminds me, I need to add to my list to do my fancy WSL team,
Oh, yes, yeah.
which I'll do for 2 weeks and then forget.
Season starts on Friday, Chelsea versus Manchester City. I'll be at Arsenal London City. I'm going as a fan. It's really looped up. Easy enough for Hardwick to survive. 8 overs to go, 172 for 9.
Derbyshire really padding out these
Mm.
last few overs. One of the Sussex players just having a sit down. I think that's Ava Lee. Oh, she's bowled well. And she deserves to sit down. She's her 10 overs, 2 for 41.
Interesting article, the BBC Sport yesterday. Southern Brave captain Georgia Adams, God's sister, is keeping wicket now. Says players aren't sure about this switch to an auction for next year's 100. Says players want to have some say in where they go. I wouldn't be a fan of an auction because I just don't see it fully working or having a great impact in this country.
Yeah, really interesting comments, and I think it's important with the 100 sales and stuff to remember that the women's teams do exist, because it feels like they're a bit forgotten.
There's a big swing there. And Namibia v Scotland in Ontario abandoned. I like this. This is good language from the
Yeah.
BBC. Abandoned despite fire on pitch.
I read
Now, I
that.
think the word there would be because.
That's what I thought. But I think there was rain, and
Yes.
the groundsman set fire to the pitch, I guess, to dry out the
Yeah,
water.
that's a
maybe.
great picture. Unusual techniques from the local ground
Yeah.
staff.
That's in Canada.
Well, maybe that's why it is despite, because,
Yeah.
oh, that's a big shot. This could be the first 6. It is. It's the first 6 of the day out into the bushes, and Pittman's got going.
She looks so nonchalant about that, so casual. She just worked a 6 and kind of just stood there. Oh, okay, yeah, whatever, hit a 6.
Yeah, sorry, BBC. I understand that after reading the article. I don't.
Yes, it is. It's a very strange headline.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't have thought. Yeah.
That's a new one, yeah. And it obviously didn't work.
Yeah,
So,
clearly. Which is why it's despite
yes,
the fire.
not because of the fire.
Yeah.
So they had rain, fire, yeah. Earth
But
and
yeah.
wind.
Well, we're near the 21st of September.
There you go. Gentry, 4 balls left in her over. Pittman 40. This would be a very handy half century if she could get that. She can have another swing, this time over mid-on. She's playing a beautiful hand here, is Megan Pittman. 10 runs already in the over.
She's really going for it. She's given it some welling, and it's paying off.
Interesting, because Sussex trying to create some pressure. They've had mid-on and mid-off up. But actually, if they want to just give her the singles, then that's probably less harmful.
Yeah.
But they're probably thinking, they looked at that drop catch and the error. Pittman on to 44. Now she was dropped on 29, so it's starting to look a bit more costly for the Sharks. 182 for 9. Will she go again? 6 and 4. Long on now. Let's go back. Oh, she's gone for the scoop. And wow, too wide in the end for that shot, but can't blame her.
Thought she might play it onto her own stumps for a second. But yeah, the ball kind of followed her and got a bit caught up.
Yeah, she's enjoying having pace coming onto the bat. Struggled against the spin in particular. That's played gently into the onside. The two spinners, combined figures of 20 overs, 4 wickets for 76. 2 apiece. So 1 ball now for Hardwick to survive. Very productive over. Pittman will be desperate for a half century here. And spend as much time out there as possible. Hardwick swinging her bat around. She pulled out of her action there, Gentry. It is still very windy, and that can often be the biggest factor when the bowlers stop running in. Yeah, that 100 auction, it's interesting with the investment because you can just see it going the way of other franchise leagues. And
yeah.
it's going to be, I think the money is going to end up dictating sort of things like that. No run there, and again, Hardwick does her job. 183 for 9.
Yeah, I think it's also a really good point that Georgia Adams made about the connection to the teams. And I think if there's so much turnover, it's really difficult to build a fan base. And you see kind of the loyalty with, you know, franchises like the WBBL where, you know, players have played for the Adelaide Strikers from the start, and there's a real connection with that. And even to an extent with things like the IPL, there obviously is quite a lot of turnover there, but there is that loyalty. But I think often in the men's game, players are used to kind of being shipped off elsewhere and moved around, whereas in the women's game, players tend to stick to their team a little bit more. And that's certainly been the case traditionally. I know with the 100 there has been a bit more movement, but I think also I see Georgia Adams' perspective, you know, as a Southern Brave player who have been so successful and the team hasn't changed hugely. She's like, oh, well, I don't want the team to change because this is a winning formula. So I really understand the hesitancy.
Yeah.
And the kind of...
And for someone who lives in Hampshire, watches her play for Hampshire, and then goes to the 100.
Yeah.
You know, you want that sort of continuity.
Exactly.
But also, it's a competition where half the names are going to change as well, due to basically the money. There's a big swing from Pittman again. But, yeah, it's hard because a lot of the positive arguments made for it could become undone almost if this investment sort of takes a turn.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting how it develops now, especially if it does go to a T20 competition. And in terms of, because then all the sort of making cricket more accessible, then the argument will be, well, why couldn't this be done with the Blast, especially where the Blast is now, with the excellent changes this year to bring it in line, to have these more double headers as well, which have obviously been crucial. Very good attendances, though, this year at the Women's 100. And I still think there's a lot of learning cricket can do and is trying to do from football, which is fascinating.
Yeah, I think especially from marketing perspectives, it's really interesting. And I've had this conversation with quite a few people, but I think the reason other sports, and I've noticed this with rugby actually in the last few months, is about the characters. And I think especially women's sport, it's about the individuals, and it's about kind of having these big characters, which cricket doesn't always have.
Hardwick plays that late, and they'll settle for a single. Could have been 2, but Pittman is eager to get back on strike. This partnership, 21 of 19. And to be fair to the bowlers, Clark and now Hardwick, they've offered a little bit of assistance. After Darlow, Nolney Davis and Parkin all went without scoring. Where will Pittman go here? Goes up and wide of long on. They're scampering through for a single, wanted 2, but they won't get it.
Well, you said take it 10 at a time, and they've surpassed 180 now. 190 is the next target.
Oh, how has that not crept through? Another under edge, I think, from Hardwick. And physio's coming on. Maybe it's caught the keeper in the helmet.
Yeah, I think I have to do a concussion check.
Oh yeah, that was
Molly
nasty.
Adams.
Luckily she's okay. And well, Derbyshire won't mind, as we say, is rain coming later. Slow things down.
Sussex players just having a stretch. Of course, Rachel King isn't. She's up on her feet.
Someone's just lying down on their back, relaxing.
Yeah, you can't call that stretching.
Yorkshire 369 for free. 4 overs left. They've slowed down a fair bit there. Amy Campbell, 36 of 23. Maddie Ward, 51 of 62. Season finale down there. Leicestershire looking for a good end to the season. 253 for 7 against Gloucestershire. 1.5 overs remaining. Worcestershire still struggling against Middlesex. 177 for 8. 2 overs to go there.
Yes, Yorkshire have got 4 more overs, and I reckon they could get up to 400 if they give it a bit of a push.
1 ball left in this over. Concussion check has been done. The alphabet backwards. Where are you? What? It's that sort of thing. What competition are you playing in? Who are you playing for? What's your name?
I mean, if you're a lone player, if you're Daisy Mullen, sorry, I can't remember what team I'm playing for.
Particularly in franchise cricket, that must get confusing. If you're like a Tim David who just goes around the world. Right, that's 6 overs remaining, 186 for 9, a quieter over. Pittman 47, Hardwick 6, partnership is a runner ball 22.
This is very stubborn from Derbyshire.
Yeah.
It's a good bit of grit.
I like this as well. I think this is why I'm such a fan of 50 over cricket, because you can just have, you know, you could have this situation in another game like you could in Yorkshire's where every ball is being swung for 6.
Yeah.
And instead now you've got batting with the tail like the end of almost a red ball innings, and tests so many different skills of bat and ball. Curling will come back on. Bowled a really, really tidy 6 overs, 2 for 17, opening the bowling. Back on now to try and finish off this Derbyshire innings. Pittman 47. Shaw has passed 50. She made 57 before she was LBW to Green. Kiara Green bowled really nicely. The only bowler to bowl a maiden in this first innings. Here is Curling then. Can she finish off this Derbyshire innings? Oh, yes, she can. Straight through Megan Pittman, who had a big swing. And, well, Curling's job is done. She's got her hand on her face. She's gone, oh, it's that easy. Should have brought me back on earlier. The drop catch will cost a few runs, but overall, that's exactly what Sussex set out to do. Derbyshire 186 all out. Sussex will need 187 to win the final game of the season.
Sussex finally making their way through the whole of the batting lineup. Megan Pittman, 47 from 69 balls. But it was Lara Shaw opening the batting, 57 from 76, who was vital for putting on the runs for Derbyshire. Then, in terms of the bowling, 3 for 17 for Curling, 2 apiece for Gentry, Leon Green, and then the 1 wicket for Stanley. So Sussex will be the happier of the sides going into the second innings. They'll be chasing 187. We'll have a pause for lunch, and we'll bring you commentary back as Sussex look to wrap up the day chasing 187.
Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground, where Derbyshire were bowled out for 186 by the visitors Sussex. Final wicket falling, the first ball of the 45th over. I'm Freddie Cardy. Polly Starkey will be back alongside me in a moment for what is the final game of the season for both of these sides. In the meantime, the scores around the ground. Worcestershire Rapids bowled up for 177 against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors in northwest London. Leicestershire 259 for 9 from their 50 overs against Gloucestershire. Still lunch at Sophia Gardens. 150 for 7. Northampton went for rain, so that may well be DLS involvement. One we were keeping an eye on was at Canterbury, Yorkshire, 404 for 5. They did pass the 400 barrier. Lauren Winfield Hill, 194 runs, 124 balls. There for 2 hours, 40 minutes, 34 fours and 1 6. In terms of the table, coming into today, Hampshire top of Tier 1, Lancashire a point behind, the Blaze 2 points behind, and Surrey and Durham. Plenty more cricket to go in Tier 1 for the rest of the year, September. And interestingly, Yorkshire not quite had the best time of it, certainly compared to their T20 exploits, even though they didn't win the competition. They started the day in 4th. Middlesex top, have already qualified, as have Glamorgan and Northamptonshire, who've quietly had quite a good season, the Steelbacks. And then it's Yorkshire 4th, Worcestershire 5th. And Polly, welcome back. Yorkshire did cross the 400 barrier.
Oh, wow.
They made 404 for 5 against Kent. And I'd imagine that's the biggest score of the season, as is Lauren Winfield Hills. And, well, the word at lunch is Derbyshire have a score on the board. They're going to have to bowl very well before the rain comes, I think, essentially. And when that does come, it could be about an hour 20, so DLS could come into play. But I think we might be all right for a full game, you know.
Yeah, I've had a look at the weather and it says there should be rain soon. I don't know how quickly the rain comes in here, because we can see a few clouds, but there's nothing too menacing. But as you say, Sussex will be keen to get some runs on the board just to stay with that DLS. But at the same time, Derbyshire, it's an opportunity, get a couple of wickets and the balance could be slightly different. So 170 runs required from 50 overs, so a run rate of 3.74 per over. And it looks like it will be Molly Adams and Izzy Collis to open the batting for Sussex. The umpires are out in the middle, just awaiting the Derbyshire side, who are having a bit of a team talk.
I can imagine it'll be Clark and normally Nolan Davis, the 2 right armers. Hardwick first change, and then plenty of spin options. Parkin, Darlow. The off spinners, Porter can bowl some off spin as well. I think Lara Shaw bowled in the game at Wolverhampton against Worcestershire. But disappointing first innings. Lara Shaw top scored with 57, and some good fight back at the end from Megan Pittman, who made 47 of 69 in the end before she was bowled. Derbyshire in their team huddle, and both of these sides playing for pride, but I think when you look at Derbyshire, you don't want to go into the winter with 0 next to your name in terms of this table.
Yeah, it will be a tough old winter where I imagine they'll be looking to recruit as well as, you know, allow players to develop over the winter. It's such a good time to adjust bowling actions or just kind of review the season and have a look where they can improve. I guess if you just look at Sussex's batting lineup in comparison to Derbyshire, there's just so much more depth there. You've got Daisy Mullen at 3, Nancy Harmon coming in. Rachel King, I've seen a little bit with the bat as well, and Ava Lee's been called on before. So there's just a bit more experience there. Izzy Collis, who scored a half-century against Leicestershire. And Molly Adams got 30 in that game and 40 against Northants. So they're a familiar opening pair.
Yeah, it will be Noeline Davis. I think Clark will come on from the City end. This has been her end of choice in the last couple of games I can remember here. They'll start with a slip-in. Different wicket keeper in Ellie Nightingale. And it's going to be a very interesting power play, as you say. The rate required, 3.7. They're not going to need 50 overs to chase this down. Ball swung early in the Sussex innings and kept swinging after the power play. There was some turn as well, so Derbyshire are by no means out of this game, but they're going to need some early wickets. Here's Noeline Davis over the wicket then to Izzy Collis. No movement there, but nice and full and defended. For these sides, this is it now for the winter, essentially. Seems very early because there is a lot of cricket still in September, the men's and women's game, but that's it for Tier 2 if you don't go through into the knockout stages. Reaching for that is Collis, and it's a wide. Sussex are on the board.
I imagine quite a few of these players will return back to their clubs and things over the next few weeks, playing a bit of club cricket towards the back end of the season, just get a bit more game time.
Yeah, you want to make the most of it. I think this season in particular, there's a big swing and an appeal, and it's given. And Derbyshire have the perfect start. Izzy Collis gone for a second ball duck. Noeline Davis is the woman to remove her, and that is the ideal beginning to proceedings.
That's exactly what they would have wanted, especially with the rain in mind. That wicket will really put in the favour of Derbyshire. Sussex have time to get the runs, but as we've said, the weather is a bit of a threat, and fantastic from Noeline Davis and the dream start.
Especially for Ellie Nightingale as well, standing in behind the stumps to get that early catch. Here we go. I'll have a look at the replay. Still no replays, unfortunately. Yeah, she had a swing. It was wide, moving away. Threw her head back to appeal, did Noeline Davis.
Yeah, big opportunity for Nightingale, and that certainly will have eased some early nerves, perhaps.
So, Daisy Mullen is carded to come in next. Who Fletch would like, because she's from the northwest. She's from Bolton. And played all over the place. Glamorgan on loan early this season. 63 not out on debut, came against Sussex. Then joined Sussex on loan in July. Was with the Blaze on loan last year from Lancashire. Signed for Hampshire at the start of this season. So, as you say, she's been everywhere.
I've seen quite a bit of Daisy Mullen in a Lancashire shirt in previous seasons. Even for the Blaze a bit.
Noeline Davis. Bustling in, driven. And Derbyshire are going to have to field very well. There's a slight misfield there from Jess Kuzer. Opening partner Lara Shaw will run in and mop up. They'll come back for 2. There's still a bit in the pitch for these bowlers as well. The interesting thing is if it's going to swing, can you give them some long spells to start off before turning to the spin? Short third in play. Is Megan Pittman, the usual wicket keeper. I think she got some strapping on her finger after injuring it in the last game. So Collis gone without scoring. It's the 4th duck in the game. Pitch with a tinge of green. Oh, an inside edge onto the pads. Derbyshire are up and about now.
Yeah. Nervy for Sussex, and Derbyshire did have a long team talk before heading out onto the field. Be interested to know what was said.
Driven straight to the point fielder. The DLS pass score for the first over says 17,
Ooh.
which seems remarkable.
Yeah.
They're a wicket down, but
I don't
that
understand
can't be
DLS.
right.
I mean, the maths of it is a bit bonkers anyway, but yeah, that's.
That, yeah, unless it thinks it's a T20.
Yeah.
But that's, yeah, that seems like a lot. But after the first over, 3 for 1, and it will be indeed Clark. Of course, there's a new ball at each end. Helps the bowlers out. And it is indeed, it's chilly, it's windy out there, and we're expecting rain later this afternoon. So I'll slip in, and that aggressive short third fielder. There's not been loads of carry. It's almost a short third or a gully, really. Nudged away. They're going to have to be quick here. Hardwick with the throw. Worried about that crashing into Mullen's back at one point. Yeah, an aggressive field. Deep third on the boundary. And that's it. Everyone else is in the ring. Slip and a gully. Catching cover.
It's quite an intimidating field.
Yeah. Clark. It's a ball to talk. Bit of movement away. She's often very hard to get after, Francesca Clark. Good at holding up an end. Yeah, that DLS is remarkable.
I can't quite believe that.
No, hopefully. Well, Derbyshire, if it is indeed correct, Derbyshire will want the heavens to open as that goes down the ground for 4 and Mullen gets moving.
Yeah, we'll wait and see if that's accurate maths.
Really nice shot there from Daisy Mullen holding the pose. Lofted on drive. Shout for LBW. And the umpire, look at the appeal there from Adriana Darlow, who's still going.
It's very enthusiastic. Oh, she's continuing.
Umpire coin is unmoved. Let's have another look at this. Oh, that looked close. You can see why there was.
Oh, yeah.
That looks. I'm not going to say the name of the fruit that you might describe it with, but there's not a lot going for the batter there, is there?
I sense this is quite an important innings for Daisy Mullen. Obviously, the game doesn't have much meaning, but she's yet to put in kind of a big score this season.
Goes back and will pick up a single here. Into the second over, 9 for 1.
You know, with these loans, it's a great opportunity to prove to your kind of parent county that yeah, you deserve to be in their squads. And yeah, she struggled a little bit for form, as she did with Lancashire before. So yeah, she'll want to put in a match-winning performance.
Yeah, 9 for 1. DLS says 18, so we'll wait and see how that develops. Gully fielder goes a little wider. Full swinging away, a little too full, and Mullen really reached for it. Top ball. Yeah, played just 2 T20s for Sussex, as you say, scores of 7 and 15. Yeah, highest score of the season came against Sussex for Glamorgan. One game in the 100 a few years ago as well. Swinging away again, driven nicely, and I think that will go to the boundary for 4. Daisy Mullen's going to get on with things here. The TV remote's behind you on that table. TV is about to turn off of the live stream on. There we go. Nicely done.
Saved it by the second.
Yes. Bowling full here is Nolan Davis. Full swinging away, and that's a better delivery. Mullen going on the drive, not a load of foot movement. Bowlers are really in the game.
I've got some stats for you about the Yorkshire game. So Yorkshire's 404 for 5 against Kent is the joint highest total in a women's list day match in England, which equals Surrey's record of 404 for 2 against Derbyshire in 2018.
We're always up there.
Always among the records. And Long Winfield Hill's career best score to date, and it's the second highest list day score made by an English woman, only beaten by Charlotte Edwards, 199 not out in the 2006 Super Fours.
So close.
Yeah.
Full, driven, 2 full again, and driven away for 4 by Mullen through the point region. Just not quite found her length in this over, Nolan Davis. Been amongst the top wicket takers for the Falcons. Trying to get the ball to swing in the air and pitch it up. Final ball of the 3rd over. Nicely watched. Defended under the eyes by Mullen. 17 for 1.
The 100 eliminator has also started with Superchargers batting first. Davina Perrin is 16 from 10, and all her runs have been from 4s.
Excellent.
That's classic Davina Perrin. So I'll keep you updated with that, as well as the scores from elsewhere in this Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2. Poor Kenter.
Super Kent.
Starting against Yorkshire, the mammoth run chase.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see that if it is indeed a belter of a wicket.
Yeah.
But that's one. I mean, Derbyshire conceded, I think, 380, and that at the time was the highest list day score in a professional, in just a sort of women's game in England, I think. And Derbyshire was skittled, as you might expect. And I mean, what do you do there? Do you just try and bat out the innings? I guess.
Yeah, it's brutal. It just must be so demoralising.
Yeah.
You come off at lunch, your bowlers are probably in despair.
And when they're only 5 down as well.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Driven nicely. Good stop at point. A bit of hesitation between the 2 batters, and
They could have
Harriet
run one in the
Parkins
end.
scrambling around on the deck trying to pick up the ball.
Gloucestershire are underway against Leicestershire, chasing 260. And, wow, Middlesex are chasing 178.
Big shot. It will clear Tash Allen at mid-off, and now Adams joining the fun.
Good from Georgia Adams, who you could just see was really kind of keen to get stuck into the game. I've just been waiting around a little bit.
That's a proper cricket shot. They've thrown their hands at the ball. Full. Half an appeal from behind the stumps again. I like this from these 2 as well, because they're thinking, you know what, we're not going to be watchful in the power play. They probably have got the rain on their mind as well. They're now up with that DLS. They're thinking we need to hit our way out of this power play, essentially. Do most of the work by hitting big. Goes back there. Wind still very loud outside. Nice and tight and boulder. Adams, the dangerous Molly Adams, is gone. Sussex are 2 down. Have we got a game on here?
That adds a spanner in the works for the DLS, but also, yeah, that's shot up to 37 now. This is good from Derbyshire, getting those early wickets. Obviously, the depth among the Sussex batters does go a bit further than the Derbyshire ones, but it's still interesting.
Cracking delivery, that. A real Yorker from Francesca Clark. Hooped in at the end a little bit, snuck under the bat. And 2 down now, Sussex.
That's lovely.
Yeah, nowhere
That's
near
really
it in the
nice.
end was the dangerous Adams, who goes for 5 off 7. Yeah, we've not seen many court dismissals today, sort of in the ring or out on the boundary. It's all been sort of bowled and LBW.
Yeah.
Sign of there's been some good bowling today. So 21 for 2, as you say, the DLS almost doubles by the end of this over. This is a really interesting game because with that rain around, Derbyshire are attacking and so are Sussex. It's a really good battle. Catching cover in now, nice and close for Nolan Davis. 5th over of the power play. Swinging away, not timed. It's a good captaincy as well, recognising this situation. Going, well, look, we can only have 2 fielders out anyway, so we might as well make sure those in the ring are really applying the pressure. Deep cover and a very wide third on the boundary. Still a slip in for Nolan Davis. Left alone. Sussex do have time, usually in this sort of 50 over situation. It's hard to be a chasing side sometimes, but they did choose to bowl first. They did bowl Derbyshire out, but they probably did it in a little longer than they would have hoped for.
Yeah, I think they expected to wrap it up, especially when they got kind of those early wickets.
That's a great shot. Through mid-wicket, beats the diving Clark, and Mullen is motoring. 19 off 18.
Mullen's such a powerful batter. Even at lengths kind of early on when she was 18, 19, 20, you could just see the strength she had. So when she times the ball well, you know, fielders don't have a chance.
Yeah, 22 now. Daisy Mullen. Anything they think they can put away, they have put away. Sussex top order. That's down to 3rd. So yeah, Nolan Davis, the chef.
What can she cook up now?
Teed you up there. Her favourite cricketer,
easy.
Jimmy Anderson. I mean, that's pretty usual. As that swung away through mid-wicket for 4 again, she's just gone a little bit too full, looking for that Yorker and been punished.
Yeah, it was just dispatched by Nancy Harmon. Slightly gifted to her.
Keeping that slip in. Wider on the crease and played late by Harmon. And after 5, Sussex 30 for 2. So they're going along at a good rate of knots, but they have lost those 2 early wickets. To full Collis, naught of 2. Caught Nightingale, bowled Nolan Davis, and then Molly Adams bowled by Francesca Clark. 4-5. Target 187 for Sussex.
Clark in and it's defended by Mullen, who's hasn't got a number on her shirt. She's on loan. I'm just having a look at a weather map. Like, you know, the fancy one.
The radar, yeah.
Yeah. So at 3 o'clock, we're all good. 3:15, big rain patches. This one's been edged. And I'll just take the one run.
So in around 45 minutes,
Yeah.
it'll be all eyes on DLS potentially. Because if that's heavy enough, yeah,
So it's coming from the west.
we're going to have to do maths.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
So in fact, maybe I'll get some intel from Birmingham.
We have the scorers next door. They'll be hard working.
But yeah, 3:15.
And then after that?
It passes over, but then more comes at 3:45, and then it's kind of done for.
So by the time they could come back out, it rains again,
Yeah,
essentially.
pretty
Okay.
much.
So around 45 minutes. This is really interesting now.
Clark in again. Be a dot ball.
Just gives the game a different dimension, doesn't it? And it
Yeah.
brings Derbyshire into it more,
Yes, definitely.
which they'll be pleased with.
Yeah, it gives them something else to play for as well. There's
Yeah.
kind of a game within a game of really kind of staying focused on DLS and doing some damage now.
And the more Clark, and if they're happy with Noeling Davis, she's been a touch expensive, but you don't save them for the death now.
No,
You bowl your
no.
best bowlers now for as long as you can.
Yeah.
And actually, Seamers almost slows it down as well in terms of that time element. Yeah, a lot for the captain Darlow to think about.
This one defended, chip top. And that will finish the over. So 6 overs gone, 31 for 2. So a really good over from a Derbyshire perspective.
She's got some really thin sunglasses on, Francesca Clark, now. Sort of party style, nightclub style shades.
Very fashionable.
Yeah, it wouldn't catch me in those.
And you've got cricket at 2 and a party at 5. Or whenever they can
Early
wrap
start.
it up. Yeah.
To be fair, though, Derby City Centre on a Saturday, people are out and about around 5
Really?
o'clock, yeah. And I'm not going to bring ages into it, but it's not the students. People really go for it. They get started early.
Noeling Davison. Fallen straight. And that's been whipped away for 4.
Yeah, I think this could be her last over, Noeling Davis. She's just been too expensive. She's dragged her length back there after going too full a few too many times, and it's just too straight, not quite quick enough.
Yeah, it's accurate, but it hasn't kind of got that pace. It's a bit easier to play, and Daisy Mullen's been able to pick her out quite easily. Mullen just having a look around at her options. Daisy Mullen actually used to be a goalkeeper for Bury Women. This one defended better from Noeling Davis.
Yeah, of course, Bury, sad story there, but they've bounced back, haven't they, the last few years?
Yep.
Who's your closest football team then, from your area of Birmingham?
I don't support my closest. I don't
No,
support
you
my
don't.
local.
No.
I've grown up a Preston North End fan.
Ah,
Yeah.
family?
Yes.
Mm.
So this one's defended, but we'll beat the bowler. Yes, my dad grew up in Preston, so I've grown up as a Preston North End fan, which is, it's a tough life, but we deal with it. But I will say our new shirt sponsors are Spud Bros, so I can't complain. So I will be visiting the Spud van, and
Yeah.
we
First side to go invincible, of course.
exactly.
Then
We
Arsenal
we
did
have
it.
such an interesting history.
Yeah,
And that's
I'm
what
just
I love
looking at
about
it now.
Preston North End. We've got one of the oldest grounds in terms of it hasn't changed location. So we've always been at Deepdale. And then we've obviously had Tom Finney, who was kind of a legend of of football, and then Preston had such a strong connection to the Dick Kerr Ladies, one of the first women's teams. So we do have a really fascinating history, yeah.
And they've started as a cricket club, I'm reading here.
Yeah.
Nolan Davis is getting some treatment again, just slowing the game down. Yeah, I saw Preston against Arsenal, because Arsenal had that Carabao Cup game last year.
But yeah, an interesting team.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just obviously growing up in Birmingham, the question always was Blues or Villa. I was like, well, Preston. Don't like either of them.
So this will just slow things down a touch. Nolan Davis, so yeah, everyone braced for rain at 3:15.
This tactical injury, 45
yeah,
minute
that's
injury.
what I'm thinking, you know.
Everyone goes down simultaneously.
Oh,
Ooh,
now
there's
that
a piece of paper.
Yep, yeah, just go and take your time, pick that back up. Yeah, sorry for those watching the stream. There's not a lot to see now. But I'm not quite sure what she's being tended to for.
It looks like it will be a plaster on the back of the arm or elbow or something.
Oh, good spot, yeah.
But there's a note. There's a note out in the middle.
Ooh.
With, I want to know what it says.
Between this group of fielders.
Maybe it's the DLS, like a printout of the DLS.
That's a great shout, yeah. So they know exactly where they stand.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea. Be smart. Well, it'll be up on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah.
So that has it more in detail.
Yeah. Really interesting. They're having a proper look and they're not being subtle about anything.
Yeah, this is these Sussex batters are getting impatient as well. You can see Harmon wandering down, and
if I was Harmon, I'd go have a look at the piece of paper.
Yes.
Just go investigate what's going on.
Steal it. Right, Nolan Davis has been tended to. Now the physio will take her time and starts to jog off. Precious minutes.
Yes, the Sussex batters don't look too delighted with the break.
Nolan Davis will stroll back to her mark. Not quite the Lord's time wasting from Crawley and Duckett. But yeah, and I think this as well, if you're the batter now, you're thinking, right, we need to get on with it again. It's just that more time lost, and then maybe you go after one here. Mid-wicket and cover, close in.
Nolan Davis in, pushed out into the leg side. And we'll go for 4. There was an attempted stop. It was good work on the boundary, but kind of the flick to throw the ball back came a second too late.
Yeah, like I say, I think she might be out the attack after this over.
Yeah.
She's got that plaster on her left elbow, Nolan Davis, as you spotted. Bowled too straight there.
Daisy Mullen awaits. This one goes wide. It's just been a bit inconsistent.
Now, Stephen has texted and said, players, 20 overs have to be bowled. I thought it was 10.
That's
for it to be a game. But I'm
not sure.
Not super knowledgeable. I think
internationals it's 20 overs.
Okay.
But yes, I was under the impression it was 10 overs. But I haven't read the full document of playing regulations for League 2 of the Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup.
Yeah.
The 50 million page document.
That's not great from you.
Scampering through for a single. Yeah, it's poor from me. I did one year actually read because it would have been the 2023 Charlotte Edwards Cup. What happened is they got the first game in and then rain fell during the second game, and basically no one really had any idea if there was a reserve day or not, and everyone was under the impression there wasn't a reserve day. Even some of the players who had actually booked to go on holiday the next day. And turns out there was a reserve day, so everyone came back the next day. I couldn't come back because I was going to see Elton John.
Oh, fair enough.
And I thought it had already been postponed twice. I can't miss it this time. So then the year after, so last year, I read the playing regulations so thoroughly. So I knew, but they are long documents. I mean, a lot of it is just standard cricket regulations, and then sometimes it's little changes, but every competition is always slightly different.
Tamina Perrin, 73 of 31 in the 100, 25 all 50. Now, she's going to get some big England calls. The Nova Superchargers, after 39 balls, 78 for no loss.
Well,
at the Oval.
I'd like to say I've been a Davina fan from day one. We've been calling for her to get recognition for a while. Mullen awaits and pushes this into the leg side. And we've just been really hoping she has a big performance. And this is precisely it. So that is fantastic news. A swing and a miss from Daisy Mullen.
Yeah, central sparks for Dav Perrin. Staffordshire from Wolverhampton. My dad played for Staffordshire as well.
Yeah, she's a great character and such a brilliant cricketer. So skilled, so young.
Yeah, 18. So made her debut, what, 15?
Yeah, it was the day after her 15th birthday for Central Sparks. Another swing and a miss.
Been involved with the ACE programme as well.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the third black female professional cricketer in the UK. That was in 2022.
There's also an argument that she should have been on the plane to the World Cup in India, as this one's beaten the fielders, heading towards the boundary. Lara Shaw in pursuit, and I think she stops that. That's brilliant fielding in the end. Just flicking it back over the boundary.
Yeah, when every run counts. That's tough for Kuza as well, diving in. Oh, I was right about the DLS. Thank you, Stephen, for checking. 10 for league games, 20 for a final. So there we go. DLS will come into effect in 2 overs' time. We're expecting rain in about half an hour. Now, this will be interesting. It's going to be Darlow, as we thought. Davis's opening spell, 4 overs, 1 for 30. And going to see some off spin now. She's normally very economical, is the captain, Darlow. Doesn't get a load of turn, but nice accurate off spinner.
Daisy Mullen, 33 from 33. Harman, 4 from 6.
Yeah, this will be intriguing now if they try and go after Darlow. They're above the DLS after just getting on top of a few of those last overs of seam.
Darlow into the attack. Pushed into the leg side. They'll just take the single.
Yeah, no slip. A lot of room behind point to score runs.
Just nerdled away. I'll take the one. Oh, Davina Perrin's 80 from 33.
Wow.
She is incredible. 5 sixes. Alice Davidson-Richards at the other end has just had to do nothing, just sit back and watch.
Yeah, and at the Oval, it's not the tiniest ground.
No.
It can be a good one for run scoring, but...
Darlow in again, and this one's played straight back 2 up.
Yes, that's a sort of Alice Capsey breakthrough, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you think of her.
Yeah.
Well, you've just tweeted about it. Are you pretending you're there?
Never. This one's signalled a wide.
Will you be at the final?
Do you know what? No, I won't be. I was thinking about it for a second.
You think about disguising it?
Shall I just book a train to London? Not what train prices now.
No.
No, I considered going, but I feel like a fraud. I haven't been to any of the 100 this year because, well, I was away.
Yeah.
And then we went to the Netherlands to cover that. This one's played with a straight bat. So, yeah, I thought about going to the final, but London's a long way away. It's a big trip to go into the big city, so not on this occasion, I don't think. .47 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, it's just got away from them a little bit here, Derbyshire, after a good start. Falcons are also 2 down in the power play. They finished at 44 for 2, so Sussex are on top. 140 more to win. Clark is going to keep going from the city end. And they remain with a slip and a gully.
It looks really windy out there now. The wind has picked up a bit.
It's that sort of end of season weather. And I know we've still got a month of cricket left to go, but it does have that feel. Worse for the bowlers and the fielders if a catch is up in the air.
I've just had a look and the rain's looking closer than 3:15, probably about 3:08. That's what I'm suspecting.
Brace yourselves, everyone. Keep your eye on this DLS score. They're 4 in front at the moment. 5 in front, actually. Derbyshire need a wicket.
Yeah.
They really need a wicket.
Really change the equation.
Less than about 20 minutes.
Yeah. And obviously they're about 4 balls away from DLS becoming important and constituting a game. Mullen on strike. Has a swing at that, but goes through to Nightingale.
I wonder if that is the worst way to end the season, or if losing properly is worse.
Being absolutely pummeled would be probably the worst. But Clark in again. This one fired out. Beats the fielder inside the ring and will be 4. More help to Sussex's equation.
Yeah, I won't criticise the ground fielding too much because it's such a difficult ground. I've seen some of the best fielders come here this summer and really struggled. So as much as it can be frustrating, it's until next year when there's that new outfield, it can be a tough place for fielders to do their work.
This one played nicely, pushing for a couple. Looks to go for a third, but settle for the 2 in the end.
Yeah, it sounds like there's plenty of chat amongst the Derbyshire fielders, which is good to hear. Up and amongst it, but they're falling behind in the game at the moment. Even with that rain to come, Sussex have played this smartly.
Mullen into the leg side, won't take a run. 54 for 2 after 10. So ahead of the DLS.
somehow missed an over on my note-taking, which is now going to really annoy me. I have no idea how, but that will be inconsequential. 54 for 2. I think if this is Sussex's game on DLS, it will just be a result of Derbyshire simply not scoring enough runs. Darlow continues straight. Was aerial for a moment. Kuza will come around to do the fielding. Settle for a single. So deep cover. Long on and deep mid-wicket for Mullen, who is 40 of 43. Tossed up and just defended. Derbyshire need it. A good spell of pressure and preferably a wicket to really get back into this game. Nicely flighted again. You talk about over the winter. Of course, these players, and it's 1 or 2 training sessions a week, isn't it? And that will continue. But they have had increased coaching, increased nutritional support, psych support as well. And I think the sort of physio side of it too, in terms of the changes to the tier structure. Derbyshire's first women's team part of the club, John Dyson, that's head coach. Same for Sussex, Alexia Walker, becoming the first full-time women's head coach. She's had that role since 2019, but now full-time for this year and onwards. She's had a good career as well. She was a real trailblazer, the first female cricket director at an English private school when she was at Brighton School. That was in 2009, so... Also had a similar role at Loughborough University. Played for England. Lengthy career as a player with Sussex. 58 for 2.
Yeah, not a bad CV. And I think it's so important that the pathway for coaching is just as developing as the pathway for playing. And I've definitely noticed that actually with the 100 this season. So former England international and current Somerset player Fran Wilson has been coaching the Birmingham Phoenix, and Jenny Gunn's been part of Southern Brave and obviously a bit of an England legend there. So yeah, it's great because if you look at the domestic structure, there aren't actually that many female coaches. You've got Danny Hazel up at Durham, who's been doing a great job. There's a hat flying around in the wind on the pitch. Just making sure those opportunities are there and that pathway is developing. I know a lot of counties have been offering kind of funded coaching courses. So I did my level 1 a couple of years ago at Warwickshire, and it was a female-only course, and that was fully funded by Warwickshire, which was brilliant.
Clark continues. That's a wide down the leg side, and move on to 59 for 2. It just feels like it's slipping away after a good start. Sussex were 21 for 2 in the 4th over. This partnership 38 of 42, and importantly, they're scoring quickly. Good delivery from Clark, punched off the back foot.
$59 for 2.
So elsewhere, Kent 42 for 1, chasing 405. That's driven away 3 point for a single. Still rain at Cardiff. Middlesex 51 for 1 after 9, chasing 178. Gloucestershire 31 for 1, chasing 260 against Leicestershire. Clark's gone for just 22 runs. That's banged in. Doesn't get hold of it, Mullen. First time we've seen really anything back of a length at all.
Slightly regretting my decision not to bring a waterproof coat with me today.
That is,
Could be a
that's bold.
damp walk back to the train station.
No idea of mine. Defended again. Did you come over the way, sort of over that bridge, sort of alongside the railway lines?
Yeah, I came on a fascinating trek from
yes,
the station.
That is the way, and you go along. Then you go along a road over a river.
Yeah.
And then you cut through the park.
Yes.
And over another river, and then it's along there to the train station. Yeah. Well, that's too full. That's a big no ball from Clark, and a free hit for Mullen, whose eyes will light up now. It's a beamer in the end. Clark will just be told you can't bowl another one. Clark's laughing about it, and now just wondering where she's going to bowl to Mullen, who's seeing it very well. Free hit. Two fielders out on the offside. Mullen goes down the ground, over mid-off for 4, moves on to 45.
It's been a good innings from Mullen so far. As I said, she'll be wanting to put in a strong performance to potentially conclude her season. I mean, she could be returning to Hampshire.
Yeah, never know.
May go elsewhere. We'll see.
Well, it's raining at Canterbury now. Oh, that's another poor delivery from Clark. It's just got away from her here, and that's gone for 4. So raining at Canterbury, according to someone in the chat, and now they're in the 10th over. Can you imagine if Yorkshire Open? And this is why Lauren Winfield-Hill apparently wanted to declare. But they're still going on through the rain, by the looks of it.
Interesting.
And, well, just one more ball, then look at Jess Woolston jogging back to her mark, knowing that'll be it if they get out the power play. 69 for 2 after 12 here. The time wasting I would be doing if I was batting for Kent.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got to retie my shoelace.
Yes, that'll be top of the list.
Got to take my helmet off, reading my hair. Yeah. I think I need some paracetamol. Just, yeah.
Well, Kent get through the power play. 43 for 1, so they will have a game of it there. Down the leg side for a single. Comfortably above the DLS now, 20 runs or so above it are Sussex, 70 for 2. It'll take something remarkable now for Derbyshire to win this rain or not. I think that'll be Clark's last over after that. The beamer and then the full toss that was hit for 4, and that's 50 for Daisy Mullen, just 22 years of age, and a timely knock, as you say, Polly. She's impressed. 50 runs off 53 deliveries. 9 fours. We'll get past the fielder for a single.
I think Davina Perrin's been stuck at the non-strikers end. She's been on 86 for a while, with Phoebe Litchfield coming in as Alice Davidson-Richards was run out. It's going to be a big total nonetheless.
Yeah, not bad company, Litchfield coming out. And the winner of that goes to the final. Here into the 80s. Back to the bowler, gets half a hand on it. 121 for 1, still 39 balls remaining. Perrin 86 of 36, so lots of time to get to that century.
Yeah, if she did it, she'd be the only the second woman to get a century in the 100. Tammy Beaumont being the first a few years ago.
73 for 2. Still windy out there, so we're expecting rain. What was it, around 6 minutes' time?
Yeah, so at 3 o'clock it's like not quite on it, and at 3:15 it's after, just a little bit after. So
Yeah, Clark is out with the attack. 6 overs, 1 for 31. Spin from both ends. The off spin at Parkin comes on from the City end. And now it's almost Sussex who can slow things down.
yeah,
The DLS for 1 ball into this over is 49. Sussex are 73 for 2. You need a hat trick or something now.
yeah. A 24 ahead at the moment.
Parkin down the ground for a single. Deep square, deep mid wicket, deep cover, and long on for Parkin. Straight at Clark, who misfields, and they'll take a single. Some of Nancy Harmon's experience in there as well.
Yeah, having batted plenty of time for the Southern Vipers, and a team who were serial winners in the regional era.
He's back in defence as Mullen. Yeah, she's from Worthing in Sussex, started her career with the county in 2017. On loan from Hampshire. Wider and defended out to point.
Really interesting as well, away from cricket. She did her undergrad at Loughborough Union Engineering, but now she's doing a master's in psychology at Portsmouth. So a slight change in studies.
I think our end-to-end camera has been blown so far in the wind that it's now looking down. So somebody at ECB Towers won't be happy. That's defended back to Parkin. Our other angle also is just showing the bowler running in. So you're relying, we'll have to go radio mode pretty much now. 75 for 2 after 14. Oh, now we've got a wide, here we go, a wider angle. Well done to Luke and Stephen, who I presume are sorting this. We've got something, and then the other camera at the other end. Well, here we go. There's a few spectators starting to go and move for cover now with a bit of urgency. So I think there's a few spots of rain. Let's push down the ground for a single. If they go off now and don't come back on, Sussex will win comfortably.
I'm trying to see if I can see. Yes, I can see rain. I can see quite a bit of rain.
Oh, Tottenham are losing.
It's quite diagonal.
Continuing now, Darlow. 54 this partnership. Yes, oh, it's definitely coming down now. Yeah, here we go then. Well, that camera is fixed, which is good news. Darlow, flatter. Worked away to Clark for a single, and maybe they'll just get through the over. It says Crosby on the scoreboard. I have absolutely no idea why. She's not even playing. She's the 12th man for Derbyshire. There's a misfield from Hardwick. They'll race back for a couple. The umpire's hat is off, almost to see how rainy is it. Back on now.
Testing the weather.
Yeah, a lot of the equipment down near the dugouts has been put away. Sussex are huddling together under theirs. Dabbed away to point. And another easy single after 15. Sussex are 79 for 2. Well, the umpires have a conversation. Doesn't look too heavy yet, so I think we might continue for a bit longer.
Yeah, neither side were in a hurry to start the next over.
No, it's sort of drifting to a conclusion, this one, isn't it? Because I think Derbyshire know that they're nowhere near the DLS. Sussex are quite happy to just nudge the ball around. And they know there's going to be a big downpour in a few minutes' time. That's tossed up. There we go, that over was in the end assigned to Adriana Darlow.
Parkin again, and Mullen unable to score from it. 79 for 2. I can't see any rain now.
No, I think we're all right for the minute, you know.
It's a flight from Parkin, driven down the ground just for a single. But,
It's coming.
7 minutes time, potentially.
Yeah, and the wind.
This one on the leg side, heading towards the boundary, beats the diving fielder, will go for 4. Just slapped into the leg side in the end. Nancy Harmon accelerating.
Here we go. Davina Perrin has 100 of 42 deliveries. A spirit crumble, according to the BBC. 155 for 1, 28 balls left.
What a player. Just so good. Davina Perrin, the first black British woman to score a century in an official T20 match.
Fantastic. Although it shouldn't be a T20 match, but
Yes.
that's another story.
Yes.
Sorry, Davina.
That's an entirely other thing. Darlow back for Derbyshire. Pushed into the offside.
Yeah, if they could have just batted as well, batted out this final 6 overs. It's got 20, 25 more runs on the board. And then you eat more time into the day as well. DLS changes a little bit.
There's more rain.
Mm.
I can see it now.
Yeah, we'll be off any moment, I think.
Yeah.
And we'll have to go and hunt for biscuits in the stream room.
Driven down the ground. And they'll get 1 to add to the total. 85 for 2. Comfortably above DLS. The rain continuing very diagonally.
Yeah, that's going to be a nasty walk. I've got shorts on as well, so got a 2-hour journey back to Luton.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So wide from Darlow. .86 for 2. Defensive from Harmon.
Yeah, this is just so inevitable.
Yeah.
It's just to get him off. There's too many runs to win as well to just keep going. But they are going to try. Years old. I mean, it's been a good few weeks in sport for teenagers.
Yeah.
Blimey. I mean, I've seen a lot of it in the men's one-day cups.
Yeah.
17-year-olds rocking up, scoring centuries. The umpire's taking his cap off again. I can't believe this is the official test for rain.
I think staying on. Umpire's head says no, not raining enough. Mullen coming 3 for 1.
Yeah, Sussex lost to Middlesex at Hove heavily last time out. 197 runs. Been inconsistent. Lost the first couple, but against Glamorgan and Worcestershire. Beat Worcestershire. Beat Glamorgan. Lost to Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Sorry, beat Worcestershire and Kent. Lost to Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Beat Leicestershire at Arundel.
Parking in. There'll be no run on offer, so the score remains 88 for 2. Mullen awaits, rocks back. Can't beat the fielder inside the ring. Down the ground from Mullen. Will rotate the strike.
There's a few fans who've stayed in the permanent temporary stand. 2 of them are sheltered under an umbrella. There's 2 of them under different umbrellas over to the right, and then 3 of them in shorts who just don't seem to care.
They're used to this weather.
Yeah, they're obviously from Derby.
Yeah.
Fair
They're like,
play.
oh, this is warm and
Yeah,
sunny.
yeah.
18 overs gone, 90 for 2 with Mullen on 59 and Harmon on 18.
Yeah, we're meandering now. Even if there wasn't rain coming, I think this game is a bit of a foregone conclusion. Derbyshire started very well with the ball, but this is the partnership. This is the exciting youngster, and then the more experienced Nancy Harmon.
97 runs to win for the Sussex Sharks.
The captain in next, Kiara Green.
Worked into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, the rain's eased off again a little bit.
Yeah, it will be back.
Still confident.
Well, according to my weather map. So Misfield, and they'll capitalise.
It can sort of avoid the ground though. Sometimes it's not all of the
Yeah.
city.
I think it started again. Yeah. It's definitely started raining. .92 for 2, 93 for 2 even. As the score ticks over. Yeah, I can definitely see rain if we look over by the hotel.
Mm. Oh yeah, on top of that roof, you
Yeah.
can tell.
Depends with the straight bat to Darlow.
Yeah, Alan's got the towel. That's her job, tucked into her trousers. It must be horrible weather to be playing cricket in.
Oh, yeah. The ground staff look poised. They're over the roller.
Oh yeah, they're
so
waiting.
They can anticipate.
A few fans sheltering just by the steps at the Riley Welf Elite Performance Centre. Yeah, they're just going at sort of 3 or 4 and over comfortably at the moment.
Yeah, the bottom line is the rain may have passed a little bit, but as soon as it's kind of 3:40, then that's probably it for the day. There is just persistent rain after that.
Yeah, and by that point, it could be sort of 60 to win, and I think then we all shake hands and agree it's a fair result.
Oh, Davina Perrin's out, run out by Charlie Knott for 101 from 43 balls. There's been some good cricket on display today.
I was going to say,
across
runs.
the country.
Yeah.
Plenty of runs. Very impressive.
Right, Noeline Davis back on for a second spell. She was expensive in her first in the power play.
Starts with a dot, which is progress. Yeah, still 20 balls left of Supercharger's innings, and they're already 173 for 3. So that looks promising for the Superchargers fans.
Super fans.
All those super fans out there.
I've been watching Peep Show. I was thinking super hands. I heard I was listening to Stick to Cricket, and Phil Tufnell was talking about the oval invisibles, which only he could come up with.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And yeah, they had Mark Wood on this week, just
what a
fantastic.
legend.
Just the most down-to-earth, funny man you could imagine.
I read his book recently, and I basically read the whole book in his accent.
Yes,
in
you
my
have
head.
to. You
Yeah.
have to. It's a brilliant accent.
He voiced his own audiobook as well, which, I mean, you can't have anyone else voicing it.
No.
But yeah, it just seems like such a down-to-earth guy, and always back in Ashington.
Yes.
Which is a lovely part of the world.
And he was saying he wants to.
Chipped up. Umpire has to duck, as that is a lovely, lovely, lofted, straight drive down the ground for 4.
Yeah,
Superb from Mullen.
3 overs out of boundary. That's a lovely. She played a couple of those where it's that check drive straight.
Yeah.
The umpire was just practicing her diving to duck underneath it. And Wood was saying when he comes back from injury, all he wants to do is play for Ashington to get ready, but he's really restricted by the ECB in terms of. And there's a lot of debate around that sort of the bowler's workload, and it's almost done on a spreadsheet rather than sort of those conversations.
Protected on the offside boundary there. Yeah, I mean, it's like Sophie Eccleston will go and play for Alvanley in the Cheshire League and turn up for the first and take loads of wickets.
Is she still not playing for Lancs at the moment?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously she's been in the 100 at the moment, but I suspect she'll be back in the One Day Cup for Lancs. She had a bit of a break before the internationals. Missed the West Indies series, but played the India series.
Yeah, they need her fit and firing going to the World Cup, don't they?
I expect spin to be dominant there.
And no Kate Cross. I listened to the podcast. I thought that was an excellent bit of sort of player-led content, really.
Yes, really interesting insight, because you rarely get that kind of raw reaction to news like that. And, you know, players might say, oh, you know, really disappointed, and maybe get asked about it 3 months down the line. But to basically speak about it the day after is, I mean, she even spoke about it, I think, on the day, because she was on commentary at the 100, which, takes a lot to do that.
Darlow into her 7th over. She's not looked threatening, really, but they've been just watchful. She's gone for just 21 runs. Yeah, it's a really interesting side of things. I mean, so many cricketers in particular have their own podcasts at the moment, but in terms of that platform, to be able to share your story and really tell your own side.
Yeah.
But also, it's clearly for her and Alex Hartley is an element of not therapy, but you can tell it sort of has that effect for them to actually just go and sit and talk for an hour about whatever and their ups and downs.
Yeah, and you kind of choose what you talk about rather than someone interviewing you and having a line of questioning.
That's through mid-wicket for 4 from Harman. This partnership up into the 80s, and they're looking very comfortable.
104 for 2. Mullen putting in that good performance. I think she might be wearing a Hampshire helmet. I think I just saw the Hampshire logo on the front.
Yes. No, you're right. She is. She's not bothered to tape it up. She's played a fair bit for Sussex as well this year. And in her career as well. You'd have thought she'd had some old ones sitting about. But yeah, I remember Pat Brown over the winter went away with the England Lions and came back and trained here. And there's a video of him and Zach Chappell having a 6-hitting contest. And Brownie got a lot of stick on social media for having his England Lions hat on, the helmet.
I'd never take it off.
104 for 2 after 21.
Yeah, partnership of 83 between Mullen and Harmon. Doing a superb job.
Have you turned up to any club games? You got people in county helmets? You start worrying?
The worst is, right, I'm very happy to have a go at them. When my team, Manchester Metropolitan University, turn up against University of Manchester, they're in Durham trousers, Southern Vipers hat. I'm like, we get it, you play county. Most of us have rocked up. I mean, we barely have kit between us.
Yeah.
So that does actually annoy me. But then, you know, if they get out, I can give them a bit of stick. Or
it is inviting for a send-off.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And also because they probably don't know that I know all the kind of, I know the women's game inside out, so I know if they've made a debut or not. And
yeah, do you start sledging her with their averages and stuff and their career
I'll be like,
path?
well, you didn't make the first team, did you? Didn't see you in the squad this
Yeah.
week.
You're not
So
coming
they're
on my
just-
podcast.
Yeah, exactly. They're inviting themselves up for a bit of sledging. So, but yeah, I do find it quite funny, especially when then after the game they put on like Southern Viper shorts, whatever. I'm just like, you're just trying to show off the kit.
We'll get past Clark for a single.
Like, I'd imagine they have proper. I mean, if we've got proper kit, they must have proper kit as a Russell Group university.
I do remember at my non-league side, we had one player who'd made one international appearance for Ireland at youth level, and he rocked up to his first training session in an Ireland, and like his Ireland kit with the initials on it. And I thought, that's too much. He didn't last very long. I can't remember his name, so he won't be offended. But yeah, you do see that.
Yeah.
It's particularly in cricket, yeah.
I think because you can do it more subtly in cricket with the helmets.
And
for
it can be
example.
such a tenuous connection as well.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, you can find this kit on Vinted.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
the
might
club
just
shop over there.
yeah, go to the club shop and get yourself kitted out.
Oh, that's up in the air. Coming round is Jess Cooser. It's going to fall between her and another fielder and spin away for 4 somehow.
That's brutal. That was a fascinating shot. Just went really high in the air and, as you say, beaten by the spin.
Yeah. It's a minefield.
109 for 2.
78 more to win. And if Sussex really get moving, they could try and do it before the rain, but I don't think they're going to have time. It's still coming down. And as you say, it's that sort of sideways rain, which is the worst to be in. Still really windy. And yeah, everyone looks cold and wet in the stands, sheltering where they can.
People in shorts are still defiant.
Yeah,
No
they don't look bothered at all. Aerial again from Harmon. Misfield, and they think about 2 but won't push for it. Yeah, it's going to be at least a hat-trick to give Derbyshire any hope. As you say, both of these two could be playing for Hampshire if, you know, injuries or the opportunities arise in the next month. After 22 and 110 for 2. And we'll have a change of bowling. Pagan Hardwick will come on. down the road. Burton Albion are trailing to Luton Town. Derby is 0-0 against Ipswich. Chesterfield are losing. And Canada thrashed Wales in the Women's Rugby World Cup earlier. Even Man United are winning.
Who would have thought?
Incredible that was the other night. Absolutely fantastic.
My train went from Manchester past Grimsby today.
Ah. Round comes Clark. Good piece of fielding down below us.
Of course, to clarify, I did not stay on the train till Grimsby.
I was going to say, yeah.
That would have been a detour and a half.
Yeah, you get that. It's like the Liverpool-Norwich one.
Yeah.
Which is great. A whole length of the country, and they give you like 2 carriages, and everyone crams on. That, particularly that Sheffield to Manchester leg, that can get really busy. I went hiking the Peak District the other day, and it was Hindus everywhere. Like Hindus, hikers, and then lads off on the beers to Manchester.
It's a great intersection.
It's a really
of
good
society,
mix, yeah.
Yeah, the people you meet. Yeah, I've been on some awful journeys, but it's really picturesque. So
yeah, if you sit on the right side of the train, you get that view.
Yeah, because I was on at like 7:30 in the morning. It was perfect.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, shouldn't be back too late tonight, I'd imagine. Yeah, the annoying thing going down to sort of just before London is you have to change twice.
Yeah.
It's for Luton, you have to change at Leicester and then change at Kettering. And they're both like 15, 20-minute changes as well, which just slows things down. That's in the air, and will fall short of Jaskuza patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. Can't believe these fielders have still got sunglasses on. It's
optimism.
Yeah. But then I guess once you're just used to having them on.
Yeah.
So the rain still there, but holding off enough to make a game of it. Your weather radar's a bit negative, you know.
Sorry about that. I didn't make
We were all
it.
getting excited by the DLS far too early.
I just wanted to add a storyline to the game.
Yeah, don't we all?
Well, it's saying by 3:45 we will be covered in rain.
All right, 16 minutes. Take cover out there if you're here. Defended. Yeah, these two are just protecting their wickets. 92, the partnership. 113 for 2.
Wow, Superchargers have finished 214 for 5.
Wow.
That could be a new high total in the 100.
Any bowling figures? Who got under the pump?
Wow. Kate Kopak, who I believe it's her birthday today, went for 15s. Oh, but Grace Harris went for 26 from... She went from 22 from 5.
Oh.
So economy of 26. Yeah, to be fair, Izzy Wong came out the best. She bowled 20. Oh, that's amazing, actually. She bowled 20 and went for 26.
Oh, yeah.
Given the circumstances.
She was putting her feet up afterwards.
Mint, yeah.
Back in the dressing room, have a beer.
Yeah.
Did my job. She's become a bit of a pinch hitter as well, hasn't she, for Bears?
Yeah, she was brilliant in the eliminator and final. In fact, that morning, I went to the same train station that she had been to a couple of days before. And the women there working at the cafe.
Flicked away behind square. There'll be at least a couple here.
Yeah, the women asked me where I was off to, and we were like, "Oh, off to the T20 Blast Finals day, and Warwickshire will be there." They were like, "Oh, Izzy Wong was in here buying a sausage roll the other day."
Oh.
So I'm convinced her performance was fueled by Warwick Parkway sausage rolls.
Do anything after a sausage roll. Again, that ball just bobbling up to Francesca Clark.
Yeah, Nicole Carey, 31 from 12. Pretty decent.
Yeah.
Former Derbyshire player Bess Heath, 9 from 4. At the death. Or 9 not out.
Get that on Twitter, Stephen. 9 not out from a Derbyshire player. Come on. Come and buy your tickets. 94, this partnership. Yes, plenty of pride around Sarah Glenn and Bess Heath in these parts. Glenn particularly enjoys playing here when England come back every year. Always gets a good round of applause from the crowd as well when she comes onto bowl. Noeline Davis is not happy with the throw-in back to her there.
Yeah, Supercharger the first women's team to surpass 200 in the competition.
It's driven nicely. That will race away for 4 from Daisy Mullen. Moves on to 72. And after 24, Sussex 120 for 2. Derby are losing now away at Ipswich. So I saw one of One Direction. Was it Niall was here at Pride Park?
Yeah, he's a big
Derby
County fan. Yeah.
It's Niall Horan versus Ed Sheeran.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think they're good friends as well. I had no idea where you were going with that when you said One Direction. I thought, what is this link going to be?
No, there's only so much I can do. You can still hear that wind. Full and up over mid-wicket for 4 from Harman. Well, if there's 10 more minutes, they're going to get this as close as they can, potentially. Yeah, those sunglasses from Francesca Clark. I think if you did go out, and I don't get wearing sunglasses in a nightclub, but I think you would elect for something like those.
Oh, I always wear sunglasses.
Yeah?
It's like my signature. It's because I'm just like the bright lights.
You're the leggy.
Too much.
Legs
Yeah,
fit and clubbing.
You never know when you're going to have to bowl.
Harman moves on to 40. Partnership up to 104. That's the 4th wicket. They were 21 for 2 inside 4 overs. 20 overs later, 125 for 2. Rain has held off again. I think you were hoping for an early train home.
It's been an early morning.
So you've stayed up in Manchester over the summer rather than home in Birmingham?
I've done a mix, really.
Yeah, same here.
I haven't stayed in one place for more than a week for about the last 3 months. And I've just been living out of suitcases. So I've been wherever's convenient. So if I need to access the south, I'll be in Birmingham.
You're spoiled for choice for airports as well, aren't you?
Oh, honestly.
Because here...
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I won't moan about here because East Midlands is down the road. But whenever I want to fly somewhere, it's never from East Midlands.
Yeah.
Never works. Birmingham, Manchester's my go-to from here.
Yeah. No, I'm very lucky. It's very easy to get to Manchester Airport. And then obviously, I got Birmingham. And then there's a direct train to Stansted from Birmingham.
Yeah, that's a trek though.
Yeah, I don't like Stansted.
Yeah, it's all right from where I am because you can go up to Cambridge.
Yeah.
I like it as an airport though. I always find it's really quick.
No,
really quick.
It's my least favourite airport.
Better be on Monday anyway.
And I've been to some interesting airports in my life.
Chesterfield now 2-0 down up in the north of Derbyshire. Still we wait for rain. It's been a strange old second innings really. I mean, I don't want to take away by how these two have batted, but all they have to do really is just get above the DLS. They're a long way above it and we're just basically waiting for the inevitable downpour. It's a strange old sport sometimes.
Yep.
Wide line from Hardwick. Yeah, I think you could tell when sort of Noeline Davis and Clark just became a little bit expensive. Maybe that was almost the game there. Clark, I think, is going to come back on. She's taking her sunglasses off.
129 for 2. Mullen on 74 from 95. Harman 42 from 47. So that partnership worth 108. And it looks like they're heading off. I can't see any rain, though.
Oh, no, it's drinks.
Oh, drink, right.
So this is just
Gosh,
cricket being smart again as well. You know,
Yeah.
when there's rain in 8 minutes, we'll have drinks.
Yeah, I just saw the umpire point, and I thought, what? Like, I can't see any rain. But yes, they're going to have drinks, and then by the time they get back on, it'll probably be raining again.
This can be a very frustrating sport.
Yeah. Cricket doesn't help itself at all, really. Yeah, halfway stage in this game, although the runs required just 58.
Yeah, Davina Perrin, century, a lot of talk about that on social media, as you'd expect. Dani van Niekerk, back in South Africa, contention, not in the squad.
Yeah, a really interesting story. And just, yeah, that's probably the last thing I expected. But the fact she's come back and then she's definitely not in the World Cup squad, I think, is also interesting. Whether she's got her eyes on the World Cup in England.
Yeah. But half fair enough, so you can't walk straight back in. And
very true.
Yeah.
I mean, she hasn't played. Well, she played a bit of domestic cricket, but obviously hasn't actually played stuff since around March time. She's part of this ECN tournament that's happening in 2 weeks' time in Spain. So we'll be part of the global team there.
So then halfway through the innings, Sussex just need 58 more to win. 2.3 and over. We are expecting rain soon, but if there isn't, then it should be a walk home for the Sharks. Or a swim home if it does rain.
Hope they've got their canoes ready. I'm sure you could find canals most of the way back.
From Derby to...
I don't know what the canals are like in the East Midlands, but you could get...
If you can get down the Derwent, where does the Derwent go? God, this is knowledge I don't have. It can... Yeah, I've seen the Derwent flooded here as well. Trying to think, the Trent, and then... The one you want is the Grand Union, the one all the way from Birmingham down into London. You want to get across to that. The Derwent ends in Long Eaton. So then from there you catch a train. So there you can go in a river round to Nottingham. And yeah, there's nothing going south.
Yeah, I think you want to...
You want to go across.
Yeah, try and get the Trent. Yeah. Or if you went to Long Eaton and then pick up the Trent.
Yeah.
Because when you get to Birmingham, then you can access the Birmingham-Worcestershire canals, which obviously Birmingham more canals than Venice. It's
Yes.
a fun fact. And then the world's your oyster. You've got the River Severn.
Somebody will comment and know. But I don't know how we've gotten to this topic.
Our waterways expert. You can tell it's the end of the season.
Yeah.
131 for 2. As Clark is back in for Derbyshire. And
But
find a boundary.
yeah, she's just not quite found her radar after the first few overs.
Harman moving to 48 from 50.
Yeah, it feels like she's had not much of the strike in this partnership. It's taken a long time almost, all things considered, to get up to 50. And they've just played a very composed and sensible innings. A pair of them 60 ahead on DLS.
It's driven by Harmon. 136 for 2. Clark to Mullen, rocks back, we'll just get a single.
Here we go, Canal Route Planner.
Perfect.
Goodness me. Okay, it started in Birmingham automatically, so you want to go. What's this one? I imagine that's Derby there. That's Long Eaton. So you want to go south from Long Eaton. I don't know the name of that one. Through Leicester. And that goes down to Northampton. Then I think that's the Grand Union Canal that goes into London. From London, you then want to go out to sea. And then you have to go by boat all the way around.
Oh, what a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't think you can do London south to Brighton. Yeah, there's no canals south of London, really. So
that's why you just stay in the north.
Yeah.
There's no canals.
I've never been on a canal boat. I think I'd quite like to, although I worry for my height on a canal boat.
Yeah, I think you'd have to sit down the whole time. This one drifting. Slapped away. I'll just take the one. Yeah, I haven't either, and I live in Birmingham, so that's quite poor for me. And I spent most of my Sundays walking along the Worcestershire canals as a child. So I've seen a lot of them, just haven't been on them.
Yeah, I think you could find small enough rivers. That was my YouTube thing a couple of months ago. This guy did the source of the Thames all the way to the sea. Fantastic content.
Yeah, I've seen ones where like people have gone across Birmingham without touching the floor.
Yes.
They've had to like.
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, or in a straight line.
Yeah.
Don't know why it's such good viewing, but it is.
Struck down the ground. Will be fielded by Nolan Davis. And that's the 50 up for Nancy Harmon from 54 balls. A great innings and a real help to Sussex. The pair of low knees coming in very handy.
Yeah, 6 boundaries. Just the experience in this Sussex side has been key in getting them over the line here.
Driven by Mullen. It's going to head for 4, and it will be 4. Takes her to 80.
Yeah, they're lifeless in the field now, Derbyshire, and you can't blame them. We're all waiting for rain. We all know what the result's going to be. It's hard when you're in the middle of that as a team on the wrong side.
It's definitely getting a bit darker here as well. Pushed out, beats a fielder rolling round the ground. $144 for 2. Now, according to my lovely weather app, it says we're supposed to be absolutely covered in rain right now.
Like I say, negative. Well, we've got our own little pocket here at the Central Co-op County Ground.
Have they put a roof on and we just haven't seen? Oh no, it is raining. Yeah, it's raining.
Here we go.
My app is correct. And
they're thinking about.
Yeah.
No, Clark's coming on. Takes her sunglasses off.
About time. Brilliant. 145 for 2.
Yeah, another umbrella being hoisted up.
Yeah,
it's probably raining now.
Yeah. Surely. Oh, umpire's taking his hat off. I love that. That's how he tests.
I think it is, you know.
It's incredible.
So just getting his hands wet. Going, I'll get my head wet.
beats the fielder. The misfield probably also a symptom of the rain.
I mean, we can hear it now
Yeah.
coming down the rain as well.
The rain and the wind. He's taken it. Oh, he's putting his hat back on. But he had his hat off for quite a while. It's definitely raining though. Clark in again, a wide. We can see the rain on our window now, so that indicates a bit of wind as well. Well, we can hear the wind, but...
What a cracking Yorker did Francesca Clark to get rid of Molly Adams. It was a really exciting start for Derbyshire, but this 126 run partnership will mean Sussex, in probably a few minutes' time, will win this game. Because, as you say, I don't think we'll be getting back on.
Worked into the leg side for a single. 148 for 2.
The umpire having a chat now with the Derbyshire skipper, Adriano Darlow. Now just checking how wet it is underfoot. Square leg umpire's got his hat off again. And it is not cricket weather in any sense when you look out there.
I mean, they must be chilly.
Yeah. If you were looking out of the hotel now, you'd be in disbelief that there's a game on.
Especially the seamers in short sleeves.
Yeah, not been the warmest August.
We had a very hot July.
Lovely July.
Bit of width in misfielded, but no consequence.
I went to Midlands Mania at Edgbaston. Derbyshire beat Leicestershire, and then Notts, I think, beat Bears. So boiling day, and we did sixes first thing. So we've been there about 10:30, sixes, and then in the pub, and then to Edgbaston. Fantastic day.
Dream day.
Yeah, and the weather was cracking up, 25, 30 degrees, sunny all day.
That's brilliant.
And right, this just feels like a matter. I mean, we've said this for an hour. I feel like we've talked it up. But
we actually have been saying this for an hour.
And fair play, the rain's held off long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be easy bowling in this wind and rain as well, particularly for the seamers. Just 37 more needed to win.
150 for 2. Clark heading back.
Yeah, well, if they can, one of these bowlers that sneak a wicket, it all adds on to your tallies for the end of the season. Right. Ball pass. I thought they were going to shake hands there. They're still going. One of the Derbyshire coaches has come on with something. She's got a hoodie on. They know. 2 umpires come together for a conversation, and yeah, we're going off. And from what we expect, we don't think we're going to be going back on. Sussex 150 for 2. The DLS par score is 81. So that there could well be the game and the end of both of these two sides' seasons. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimactic way to finish if that is indeed the way things conclude today. The umpire's just removing the stumps, and the grounds team preparing to put covers on, I imagine. Yeah, the rain's coming in a bit harder now. Very diagonal and picking up with the wind.
Be gutted if you're Daisy Mullen, 18 away from a century.
Yeah, she's had a fine knock with the bat.
Right then, we will see what comes of this spell of rain. You can hear the hover cover below us coming back on. If we do have a result, we'll let you know, but for the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Sussex 150 for 2, Mullen 82, Harman 53, and as you can clearly see, we are off for rain. Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground. I'm afraid we have bad news. We do have a game. We've just seen the umpires and ground staff shake hands. The rain continues to come down, and it looks like we are done for the day as the equipment's being packed away. The covers and the hover cover are on, so the manner of the victory for Sussex will be worked out by the scorers. But Polly, it's a comfortable win in the end for the away side, not in the fashion they'd have liked, especially with Daisy Mullen 18 short of a century, but there was only one team in it for most of that second innings.
Yeah, a damp end to Sussex's and Derbyshire's season. Sussex will be happy with that win, but as you say, Daisy Mullen could have gone on and got a century, but I think a really good performance from her. I said at the start of her innings she wanted to put in a good knock, given she's on loan from Hampshire and has spent time across a number of different teams this season. Nancy Harmon as well, doing well on loan down at Sussex. But yeah, tough for Derbyshire, and they've had a really difficult season. I think the winter's going to be a long one. They'll look to recruit and they'll look to kind of see where things went wrong, and I think they've really struggled in the longer format. Their only wins came in the T20 Blast, and they have to see the positive side of that. They have played some good cricket, but overall it's been a really difficult campaign. I guess also it's the first year of this new restructure, so a lot to get used to for the teams, especially early on, and with a lot of changes in personnel and squads, and a lot of these squads being quite new, there's just a lot to adapt to. So I think it was kind of unexpected what the season would look like for every side. So I guess we've had a taste of what things could look like next season. With obviously Yorkshire will be going up, and I imagine Yorkshire have taken that final spot in the semi-finals for next week. So yeah, a slightly disappointing end to the season for Tier 2 here in Derbyshire as the rain falls and we can see the ground staff hammering pegs into the ground on top of the covers to keep that down with the wind as well. So, yeah, disappointing for Derbyshire, but Sussex take the win.
No cricket here now until the third week of September. Derbyshire men against Glamorgan in a 4-day game. So Sussex, they will end 4 wins, 5 defeats. So Derbyshire, no wins, 9 defeats in the one-day cup. That is the end of the season. Thank you to all of you who've joined these live streams and watched Derbyshire Women. Do join us again next year. And Polly, great to finally work with you right at the end of the season, but really, really good fun. As you say, the youngest commentary team sounding like the oldest pair, I think, for some of this. But it's been good to catch up.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. And thanks for joining us on this live stream, even if it has ended in a rainy way.